All right, welcome back to Cricket for Americans. Nick here, and we are ready. We are late, almost 10 overs late, but ready finally for some Ashes. Ashes on CFA Nation. Those words just go together so well. And as I say that, my stream just paused. There we go. Those words to go together so well. The Ashes on CFA Nation. How is everyone doing? We got 3 of us in here so far. We'll give these people some time to jump in. And as I say that, that was a replay of the boundary. Yeah, Stark bowling. He's already got himself 1 wicket. And we'll talk about that in a second. DEFCON 5. DEFCON 5. We are in some serious trouble here for any England fans. Oh, man. We knew as England fans it was going to be tough. Oh, we knew that, ladies and gentlemen. Did not know it was going to be this kind of tough. Did not know that England was not ready for the Ashes when Australia was. Oh, my goodness gracious. How are you not ready for the Ashes? 3 wickets down. The captain, Joe Root, is done for a duck. Rory Burns, what else is new? Down for a golden duck. Hamid is the only one with some stability. And thank goodness there's a man named Ben Stokes. Oh, but the captain's on display right now. He's gone 3 overs, only 3 runs. My thing is freaking out. My feed on Willow is freaking out right now. What is happening, everyone? Thank you so much for joining me. OTD, Plant Ag, AgeNet. How are you doing? Renell. Good. That's right. Good night. You know what I'm talking about. Good evening. Good to see you too, OTD. Pushcar. Oh, DEFCON 5. It's DEFCON 5. Gabe's going to be on in just a second. Dr. Vi says, hey, Nick, what a start, huh? John says, good morning. Jamie, what's up? Imagine quarantine for 2 weeks for a duck. A golden duck at that. Stay up late just to see a good delivery first ball. Oh, yeah, because it's later for you. It's like 7:53 for you. Damon, what's up? Hey, Nick, who's going to win the test series between Sri Lanka and India? Or South Africa and India. Come on, man. India, baby. Dr. Vi, Stark starts with the wicket. Very first ball. I know. The very first ball of the Ashes. Burns goes down. Joe Burns, Rory Burns, different parts of the Ashes. Doesn't really matter. Golden Duck is still the same. Rory Burns, what's wrong with you? I know you've done better than that. Very first ball. Who got burned? Don't have to look too far. Just look at the name. Oh, the Aussie fans are showing up. Gabe will be on shortly. He's doing a little affair right now with Ozjohn, and that's okay. I'm gonna log in to Ozjob stream. Ooh, he's got 109 watching. I love it. I'm gonna comment right now on his. What's up, AJ? How are you doing? Jamie says, can you believe they haven't picked either Anderson or Broad? It's brainless. First Ashes test, 16 years that neither of them have played. Don't even get me started so far. I just started the game, AJ. I get some time, get my some stuff under my belt. Oh, man alive. I got to see the Ashes lineup here. I got to see who's in there. Here we go. Australia's got Warner, Marcus Harris, Manis, Steve Smith, Travis Head, Cameron Green, Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazelwood. I can see why all those guys are in there. Not sure why Uzi's not in there. England's got Burns, Hamid, Milan. Milan on the test? Oh, no. Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Ollie Pope, Josh Butler, Chris Wokes, baby! Ollie Robinson, Mark Wood, Jack Leach. Bairstow's out. Overton's out. Daniel Lawrence is out. Bess is out. Crawley's out. Stuart Broad is out. I don't even see Anderson's name anywhere. They went Ollie, Mark. They would go with Mark Wood, Chris Wokes. Wow. Wow. Dawid Milan, already done. Root, already done. Burns, already done. Oh, my goodness gracious. Holy cow. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. I'm rooting for England. Absolutely. I know there's a lot of Australia fans out there, but I'm going for England. Hamid, 12 off 30. Stokes, 1 run off 17 balls. It is protection time, ladies and gentlemen. Pat Cummins looking pretty good as a captain now, is he not? 3 early wickets. I couldn't even get home yet, and 3 wickets were lost. Here's Stark. There you go. There's some runs. That's going to hit the boundary, baby. There you go, Stokes. Get that score up by 5. Oh, is that a leg? No, that's a 4, right? Ain't no leg by. Well, that was a leg by. They hit his hip, and that wasn't even Stokes. That was Hamid. Oh, man, I'm not even paying attention to who's up there. That hit his hip. They'll still take the runs. When I first looked at the score, it was 3 loss for 11. Insane. Yeah, what has happened to Doctor? I just got home from work. I'm asking the same thing. Stark's dangerous. Oh, is Stark dangerous. So it's 4 o'clock here. What time is it where they're playing right now at the Gaba? What time is it over there? Wow. Missing a lot of players. Three loss, 24 runs. This is crazy. It's 11 a.m. Thank you, OTD. HB, appreciate that. For me, it's 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. on Tuesday. You guys are in the future. So here's a dumb question I have because I don't really know. I do a tutoring group at school on Tuesdays, and we're reading about seasons and whatnot. And it talks about how those, south of the equator have the opposite seasons. Do Australians celebrate Christmas? And if they do they celebrate it in their winter time, or they just celebrate it December 25th like the rest of the world, and it's just in the summertime? That's my question. Dumb question, but I was curious about that. Wow. Jeez Louise. Just December 25th? Not used to this Willow platform here. It's been a long time since I used it. Celebrates in the summer. It's not so much different. Thank you so much. So does most of the South America. It's not that much different from here, where in Las Vegas at least, where it's just so hot that Christmas doesn't feel like Christmas you see on TV. Oh, look who decides to grace us with his presence.
Hello, CFA Nation.
Wow.
Bro, you know what happened? So my man Aja was still streaming, right? And I'm like, I couldn't find the link, so I figured it just wasn't going live because it wasn't 5 o'clock, because I had set it for 5 o'clock. Look, I even put out the post. I said, I guess Aja said that he started streaming for 5 minutes and nothing was showing up and he was panicking. He was about to cancel it. So I don't know if it was a problem with StreamYard, but I'm like, no, what's going on? I was so heated, man. So I just jumped on with him because I needed to talk about this shellacking. Oh, Nick, you know why the Aussies are going to win this match? Forget about grounds. Forget about anything else. Do you know? I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Do you know why the Aussies are going to win this match, Nick?
Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. Oh, no, that's a replay. That's a replay.
No, oh, that's a replay. What are you doing to me, bro? Oh, how dare you?
I looked down for a second and I saw the bales of flying.
Oh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you. So do you know why the Aussies...
First of all, it's the Gaba, right? Only India so far has been proven to be able to breach there. Why? Because in the Ashes, it always goes basically to the home team.
Negative. Keep trying. Come on, Nick.
I'm not going to know what's in your mind, sucker. Why don't you tell me? I don't like guessing games.
England. Pay attention. Pay attention to Australia did. David Warner. Even though I'm still upset about this, okay? Marcus Harris, Marnus Loboshank, Steve Smith, Smudge Baby, Travis Head, Cameron Green, Alex Carey, Patty Cummins, the best a man could be. Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazelwood, Kawaj. They better put him in this. He better get at least a few innings in this Ashes. I'm gonna be super upset. Jai Richardson, Nasir, and Mitchell Swepson. What name was omitted?
Joe Burns.
Learn your lessons. Down with the Burns brothers. They're not even related, I know. Okay. Just saying, bro, obviously Australia figured out, like, this isn't working. How many times are we going to go back to the well with this one, Nick? How many times? Why? Why does England... Is there no one else, Nick? Nick, throw on some pads right now. I know for a fact if they give you a blood test, you got to have some British, some English, some... It doesn't matter, all right? Because it's not like England doesn't recruit from other places. You can go play for... Are you serious right now? He's an embarrassment. I don't get it. England fan, is there no one else? Nick, when you saw that he was opening empty Ashes, were you just not sick to your stomach? Sick to your stomach.
Oh, man, you're out of control. Rory Burns is better than Joe Burns. And Rory Burns had himself a nice little winter time last year. I felt. Nice little, springtime, I should say. I felt. So, I mean, it's just hilarious that he goes down for a golden duck. I don't think it's any surprise that Joe's not there. I mean, I was going to say, like, which Burns gets burned first. They both got burned. The very first ball of the Ashes, he dropped the Ashes. It's over. Let's just pack it all up right now. Get all your stuff. Get everyone out there. Let's turn the Gaba into a parking lot. This thing's over, baby.
Bro, I heard Joe Burns was trolling Rory Burns on Twitter, and he was like, man, I would have done better than that. And Rory Burns was like, at least I made the trip, cousin. Oh, like, you didn't even make the team. You got cut before you even got out here, cousin. They took your scalp before you even got out here.
What? Did you have a teacher like Mr. Burns? Oh, Mr. Burns. I like that from The Simpsons. Did you have a teacher like Mr. Burns or Mrs. Burns or something like that just brutalized you as a kid? Like, why do you hate the Burns so bad besides the fact that when we watch them play, they don't know what side is the right side to hit the bat with?
That's why. They're terrible. And you know why? Because so many people come to their defenses. And I'm like, come on. There's got to be someone else. Is there no one else? Anyone else? Are you serious right now? Come on. And for me specifically with Joe Burns is, bro, same thing. I'm going to talk about it later. You can't tell me Kawhi isn't better than Joe Burns. Are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Stop it. Stop it. And that's where politics comes into play. Somebody wrote something in the chat, Nick, when I was talking about why Ashwin gets left off the team so much. Apparently, Ashwin and Kohli got some beef, got some internal, and that does happen on pro teams, bro. But you should be better than that. You know what I'm saying, dude? It should be put the best guys out there, not politics. I'm sorry if Uzi is loud. I'm sorry if he's not soft-spoken. I'm sorry if he doesn't, take your backpack, JL, if he doesn't whisper sweet nothings into your ear, all right? The man can play. You let him play, all right? Don't throw trash out there. That's why I can't stand the Burns brothers. Guys, once again, I realize they're not brothers. But come on.
How many times are we going to hear this during this Ashes series about Uzi? JL, just for the sake of my ears and my sanity, please play the man. Please, Cummins, demand it. Pull that card already. 51 in the chat. Thanks so much for joining us. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We got a super chat here from Jihan. Oh, Jihan must be smiling so much. Oh, man. He doesn't even need to use a Nick dartboard right now because he's just enjoying my misery. Hey, guys, I'm at the Gaba right now. All right. You're at the match? England are in trouble. Baby. Also, the selectors drunk? Are the selectors drunk? Resting Anderson and Broad for the first. I don't understand that. Now, I do understand there's a man named Wokes, and that tells me all I need to know because Chris Wokes can travel, baby. Don't tell me he doesn't. But you shut your mouth right now. You cannot talk right now. But Ollie Robinson, are you kidding me? Mark Wood? You're going to choose a guy that gets injured when he opens a water bottle before he goes out for the game over Stuart Broad? Anderson, I didn't even see his name on the list. Did he not even get invited to the trip? Did he lose it? Did he take the wrong bus ticket or something like that? Did he take travel advice from Gabe and show up for the wrong one or something like that?
I got to interrupt you, baby. Here? I got to interrupt you. Another one bites the dust.
I had the video off for a second. I was taking care of a text.
Another one bites the dust. Oh!
Ben Stokes, it's over. Parking lot time. Jihan, you can go home now. You watched the best of it. Parking lot time. It's over. New Zealand sitting here watching this. We didn't do that bad. Oh, this is over, baby. It's over.
Holy cow. Ben Stokes. Honestly, Nick, that was the last of the Mohicans because you've lost your real batsman. Milan, gone for 6, all right? Joe Root, the man, gone on a duck. And now Ben Stokes, gone on 5? Gone on 5? I mean, I like Ali Pope, but Ali Pope isn't going to do. Honestly, Ali Pope cannot do, and this is where you probably needed a Johnny Bairstow because Bairstow's the guy that could come out and fire off for a buck. Give you 100, 150, or he could give you a duck. That's who Bairstow is, all right? But that's it. Last of the Mohicans, all right? It's going to be Josh Butler because it's Hamid and Ali Pope. Oh, my gosh, Nick. This is
Pat Cummins. Listen, Pat Cummins. I feel like that's not his real last name. I don't think that's his birth name. I think he changed that when he started playing cricket, right? His nickname is the Usher because he just tells the batsman, come in. Come in. I'm Pat Cummins. Come in because I'm the usher because you're going to keep coming in because I'm going to sit you down with all those wickets. Oh, my goodness gracious. The usher has taken a wicket. Hamid is like, I'm the best one out here. You guys suck right now. England didn't even want to show up.
No reverse jinx in the world is bringing back those 4 scalps, cousin. Not even close. Not even Are you kidding me right now? Nick just knows it's over. And sometimes you can enjoy the beatdown. You can enjoy the beatdown. If it's over, enjoy the beatdown.
Jihan must be going crazy. Jihan, let me give you a tip if you're watching this. Don't get up for the food. No concessions because England's not wasting time. They got like the 36 bulk pack of Hot Pockets, and they're going to use them all up today for crying out loud.
You beat me to it. You beat me to it by 1 second. I was just about to think Hot Pocket match, and you beat me to it.
4 wickets in what? In 71 minutes?
That's insane. Insane. Well, do the math, bro.
People stay married for less time than that for crying out loud. 4 wickets. Kim Kardashian went to like 3 weddings in like 61 minutes, for crying out loud. What is England doing? This is a Kim Kardashian match?
Oh my
Sorry,
gosh.
Kim.
It's brutal. It's brutal. I love it. Nick, here's the real. I answered this question, right? Your Jimmy Anderson question. And Dr. Jihan, thank you for the super chat. Why did England rest Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad at the same time? They didn't. All right. England has been on a plan of maintenance. First and foremost, Jimmy Anderson is old. Okay. Stuart Broad ain't no spring chicken either. And they'd never play them, especially to open up a series. They never play them at the same time. They really tried. It was supposed to be Anderson's go here at the Gaba, but Anderson pulled a calf, so now they're trying to rehab him to play the night test that they're going to be playing. Broad is going to go after him. I was talking about this on Oz's channel because people asked the same question. Do you guys remember the very first test match after quarantine and COVID? I do. Oh, I do. I made me some enemies that day. You know who I'm talking about. He who shall remain nameless. John Campbell. I'm going to say it. I haven't dropped his name in a while. John Campbell. Bro, we're going to run into John Campbell in Florida, and he might hootie me, bro. And I'm going to be like, I deserve it. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Shake my hand because I'm respectful to Mr. Campbell. He'll smack you around.
I'll be like, look, it is what it is, cousin. You know what I mean?
See, it's one of those situations like where someone pops like your boy, right, you're with, and you got to get there in the scramble. I'm going to be like, nah, he deserved it.
He deserves it. He deserves it. Come on. I know I deserve it. I deserve it. But no, real talk. That very first match, everybody was losing in their minds because the West Indies won, and they were like, why is Stuart Broad not playing, right? Because it was just Jimmy Anderson and Mark Wood got hurt immediately, and of course, Jofra Archer. Second match, Stuart Broad plays, takes a whole bunch of wickets. That's the match that they won. Stuart Broad became a legend, in my eyes, in that day, taking 3 wickets in 14 balls, who John Campbell was a part of that trash. Don't even remind me. So this goes back, Nick, to England's philosophy of resting players. And honestly, England does play a lot more cricket, period, than any other team, maybe other than India, because England doesn't take a break. Their boys didn't opt out of the IPL. Their boys didn't opt out of playing in India. Their boys, they go to their tours and play. Think about New Zealand. New Zealand has opted out of playing. Where were they supposed to play? They were supposed to play, was it South Africa they were supposed to play in or somewhere? Opted out. Australia opted out of the IPL, opted out of other places. So the reality is that the more cricket you play, it's almost the more detrimental to your team. And I think you have to rest your guys. But I mean, honestly, look, he's already hurt. What do you think? Do you think if they had started both Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad today, Nick, that they make it to the last test match of this 5-match series? Both of them.
No, not at all. But listen, why are we talking about Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad? Are they batting 1 through 5 right now? They still lost these wickets. You think that they're going to make a difference coming in the tail end? Stop it. Jimmy Anderson ain't getting no 50. Stuart Broad, he can give up 50 and over, but he's not going to get no 50. So
wow. How dare you?
But are you kidding me? We're talking about practice, man. We're talking about practice. I mean, we're talking about Stuart Broad right now. They're not bad in the top 6. You need Don Bradman, and guess what? He plays for Australia, baby. So ain't nothing going to save you.
I was answering the question in the chat, okay? I gave that little tidbit of knowledge, that little bit of gold.
I'm just saying, why are we talking about them right now? It doesn't make a difference.
That little bit of gold, I gave it over at Ozjaw's channel, so I figured, speaking of Ozjaw, I was supposed to send it a link. My bad, dude. I figured I'd mention it over here. Hey, one intelligent thing I say, I got to get it off. I got it. And you might hear that even 4 or 5 times. Just saying.
Made it over.
Guys, the wickets are just falling. And, all right, obviously it's not going to be a 36 all out. But seriously, how long do you guys expect England to make it through all 3 sessions today? I'm curious. Let us know in the chat. Does England make it through all 3 sessions today? They're not going to make it
past the second session. Sorry.
Oh, wow, that's disrespectful.
Listen, Gabe, you don't understand. I mean, I know you understand, but you're not thinking about it right now. They've lost 4 wickets. They're
bad.
2 wickets away from the tail end. Now, you do got Chris Wokes, and I would love for him to get an 80 right now. So people can tell me, oh, yeah, you're right, Nick. You're right. But it's probably not going to happen, for crying out loud. You see how Stark's bullet out there? Stark's gone to the fountain of youth. I mean, he was seriously in the eye of the tiger this morning, for crying out loud. He is ready. He is pumped. He might run out of gas by the 8th or 9th over, but he is killing it right now.
I mean, Mitchell Stark has been a different animal, bro. He was a different animal. We saw him in the World Cup. He was a different animal. And honestly, I think with him, it's health. If he's healthy, he's one of the best Australia has. But he's also often injured. You know what I mean? Just like your boy Mark Wood. So, man, it is what it is. Let me get back up in here. People are saying, nope, no way. How is the ball behaving? Swing, pace, extra bounce. You know, funny enough, the pitch is still green, right? The pitch is still green. And I think that's why England decided to bat first. And I don't know, man. A bad decision. Who knows? But it's swinging. There are a couple good balls that swung. I mean, the ball that honestly took out Ben Stokes was amazing. That was a great ball. I don't even blame not Ben Stokes, sorry, Joe Root. That ball was really, really good.
Dude, but man, duck. Bye.
Yeah, but that ball was nasty, bro. Yeah, we got our tickets. We're super excited to be out there. Hotels have been booked already for like a month. So has the airfare. We're just waiting for those tickets to go on sale. Cousin. This is funny. How dare you say Brad can give 50? He can only give 36. Oh, man. Got pumped in and over. Oh, Jihan says, I don't think the ball is doing that much. Just good bowling, and England aren't playing a shot. England aren't playing a shot in anger. So, I mean, honestly, the tail will wag. Graham Kelly says the tail will wag, Nick. How dare you? The tail will wag.
Okay, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. The opening batsman can't wag. You think the tail's going to wag? Stop it.
Wokes averages 20 versus Australia. And we're going to talk about this in
Australia's batting inning. I can't wait till he gets more than 20. Oh, I can't wait, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get me started.
You know, during the Australia innings, no matter what happens, I don't care if Australia, ends this in 2 days, 3 days. If the guys that are put at the top don't succeed, you're going to hear my mouth. Because no one can tell me Marcus Harris, who's literally got 10 test matches under his belt, 10 averages 23 in tests. What's this? The Travis Head averages like 35, I think, in tests or something like that, or 30 in tests. He's only played 29 matches. Carey, I get it. They got to have Alex Carey in there because they need a wicket keeper. He's a debutant though. Uzi has more test matches than all those guys and averages over 40. Are you serious right now? Come on now. I want to see Marcus Harris with that 100 incoming. I hope so, for his sake. Because if not, I'm going to besmirch his name.
Give the ball. What else is new? You just search everyone's name. Mark my words. Alex Carey is going to play very, very well. Mark my words.
You know what? He could. He's a debutant. He could. And Alex Carey has played well. I know Nick's a big fan of Alex Carey. But this is his first test match. Bro, for your very first test match, it's at the Ashes, bro. Are you serious? You know the kind of pressure that guy is under? That's brutal.
Marbles.
OTD says, Gabe, you're correct. Stark is the best. He isn't playing to his potential in the last 12 months, but when he clicks, he's the best. The last 2-3 months, we've seen this guy be the best. He's been as good as Patty Cummins, as a Josh Hazelwood, but he does get injured, and man, it's rough. It's rough. Decent bounce.
37. The first 15 overs. The sky has fallen. Beautiful shot there. The sky has completely fallen. And Dr. Jihan, he is partying it up right now at the Gaba. How is Uzi not in this side when he's in the form of his life? Harris got confirmed in this side after scores of 0 and 1 in the Shield. Politics. Oh, you've been listening to Gabe too much, Jihan.
No,
way too much.
And that's why I love the Aussie medias, because they sledge their own teams, and everybody's saying it. It was blasphemous not to choose Uzi on the side. It's just politics. JL got into his feelings, and so you know what? I don't care about your feelings. All right, get to work. All right, put the best team out there on the field. I'm telling you, it's so frustrating. Oh,
you don't care about my feelings?
Not even a little bit, man.
Wow.
Oh man.
This got real. Listen, I'm doing a score right now. I'm not sure what this England match was, but it said England 164 for 4, 50 overs. They've already lost 4 in this match in less than 10 overs. And it was less than 15 overs. Man, they're garbage right now.
Yeah, Bukowski's out, still injured. And guys, I hope in football, at least, this is true. And even in Major League Baseball, what is the biggest indicator of a future concussion? A past concussion. And it seems like once a guy gets a concussion, they just keep coming. And some guys cannot just... It just dampers. And I really, really like Bukowski. But man, I don't know. And those head injuries are scary. We just recently did our video, just yesterday, right, Nick? We did the tribute to Philip Hughes. So, yeah. I mean, thankfully, it wasn't that bad as far as Bukowski. But yeah, the concussion situation is rough, and who knows how long it's really going to take him to get over it.
They're asking what we think about Cummins' captaincy. It's so early to tell. It's so early, but I'll tell you right now, if captaincy has anything to do with chemistry and the behavior of the players, Australia came to play. They look prepared. They look ready to play. And if you want to give some credit to the captain, then go for it, my friends, because he's looking really, really good. As he looks very, very secure in what he's doing. He's got himself that wicket. Obviously, he's pulling the right buttons with who's bowling when. Hazelwood's already gotten 2 wickets and only 3 runs. Why is he so cheap? You know, why you got to go out there and not spend any money on the kids, Hazelwood? Come on. Open up the pocketbook a little bit.
Oh, and Baby's about to put himself in the corner. I stick myself in the corner because we get the man, the myth, the legend. All right, Ozjad, bring in some more. Hold on. I'm going to push myself into the corner. How does Baby put himself in the corner? I don't know. Boom, there you go. Stick myself in the corner. Ozjad, talk to us.
Did you just call yourself Baby?
Yeah, nobody puts Baby in the corner.
Your third-person skills have gotten out of control.
I know they have. So, Ozjad, we're talking right now, and I don't care. Obviously, Australia is going to win this, okay? But I do not care unless Marcus Harris has a century today or a half century, okay? Which we've seen Uzi pull both of those off, not just in tests, but in the Ashes. Is there any justifiable reason for a guy that's playing as well as he's playing? And if you go all over Australia, AussieCricket.com, I love Aussie media. I don't know who sledges more, Australian players or Aussie media, because they let people have it, cousin. They call for JL's job every 22 minutes. But is there any justifiable reason for him not to be there? Oh, okay. Quick question before I go to Ozjad. Who am I harsher on, JL or John Campbell?
JL. Right now, JL, because John Campbell, you kicked him out of cricket. Your bad mouth has destroyed his form, destroyed his confidence, and West Indies won't even touch the man.
That's not right. That's not right.
You know it's true.
What's up, Ozjad?
Hello.
What's up, Ozjad?
Thank you for having me on. As always, it's a pleasure. Please, everyone, subscribe to Cricket for Americans. Nick and Gabe are absolute legends of the game, and Wakanda forever. That's what I was thinking as well. But yeah, definitely, I think it doesn't make sense to not play Usman Khawaja. This guy has been the best batsman for his state in domestic cricket this season. He's been really good for a very long time. Probably should have opened. Probably should have played instead of Marcus Harris. But I think it was expected when even before they had the expected 11, they put that out a few days ago. It was like, yeah, Usman Khawaja is not going to walk into the squad because Marcus Harris was there above him. They were going to go Bukowski, then Harris, then Khawaja. So even if Harris gets 20 runs, 30 runs, he's still going to be there in the next game. I think the only way Khwaja plays is if Harris gets 2 golden ducks or 2 ducks. Then they bring Uzi in.
He has to get 2 ducks.
Yeah,
I love it.
Definitely.
No, oh, thank you.
It takes 2 golden ducks to get him out of there. 2. Nick, you know how big the Ashes are? No joke.
I got my food delivered to me. I'm just saying a little humble brag right here. Get my food delivered.
I would be like you when I grew up.
This is my food.
Here, give me that bottle down there.
Oh man.
Here you go.
This
Nick.
is how big the Ashes is.
You know it's non-alcoholic, but look at this. This has been in my fridge for like over a year. It's time for some of the bubble, because real quick, to interrupt you, I take it back. England's going to win this first match, baby. That's right. I'm going all full deep. You know I want to say it, but I'm not going to say it online. I'm going all the way, baby. I'm going to celebrate England's amazing come from behind. I remember when Irfan Pathan took 3 hat trick against Pakistan in the first over. Who won that match, ladies and gentlemen? That's right.
I must say one very important thing here, Nick, and the most important thing here is that England don't have anyone else. Like Butler has not been a great touch with the bat in Test cricket specifically. Wokes hasn't played Test cricket in a while, especially in Australia. Robinson is his first game in Australia. Yes, I did. Captain England with a bat. With the bat.
Someone else said, "Oh, he has to score more than 20 against Australia. He can't score away from England." Watch when he gets that 80s, ladies and gentlemen. I'll accept all of your apologies. All of them.
I'll be the first one to apologize because he's going to
get somebody said 300. Wokes 300 runs. That's hilarious. Cameron Green is
I'm that optimistic.
Cameron Green is in the side, guys. Cameron Green is the all-rounder that not the West Indies. Look, I'm still praying the West Indies does better. I got West Indies on my mind. Actually, I'm worried. Me and Azja won't be talking in a few days, bro, because I can just see the smackdown
Where's
coming.
The Bundaberg at?
I can feel the smackdown coming.
Gabe, Pakistan's going to lose to West Indies because it's not their best team. Every time Pakistan plays a B side, right, they lose. That's just the trend of the time. So yeah, I've got a feeling that Pakistan's going to get absolutely hammered in
They're really pushing Cameron Green. That's going to be their all-rounder. They want Cameron Green. And he's a big boy. They want him to be Ben Stokes. They want him to be their Jason Holder. They want him to be their all-rounder because that's really what the one big thing that Australia lacks. Once again, commentary, not original, guys, just like going off of what other people have talked about and all the people that I follow. You know what I mean? So I think that you'll see a lot of Cameron Green unless he fails brutally. But I'd rather see Cameron Green in there than see Harris, or even worse, if they had put Burns in the side, I would have lost my mind, bro. I would have lost my mind.
Burns not coming back, Gabe. Don't worry about it. And also, someone asked
me, cousin.
The doctor asked me, "Are you supporting England?" No. Why would I support England living in England? That makes no sense. No, I'm supporting Australia.
I'm on to you, Ozjan. You never support England. I'm on to you, my friend.
Well,
that is hilarious.
We'll see. I will support England once. You'll see me support England once in my lifetime, and that won't happen anytime soon. I'm kidding. But honestly, yeah, I think Australia is just the better side in Australia. It's going to be very difficult for England to win the series, objectively speaking, and I think Australia is going to win at least 2 games. At least I predicted 3-1. I think a couple of weeks ago. That 3-1 to Australia makes sense to me. The game I think England is probably going to win is the next test, because this game is probably going to be Australia's. England's going to come back quite strong, and then it's going to be rain, and Australia's going to absolutely hammer them.
Whitewashing coming. So Nick, you want to know how big the Ashes are, bro? So
they're not big at all. They're like that big. It's like that big.
Oh yeah, the actual Ashes trophy is this big. But my man Tony Sal, all right, cousin Sal, Sarducci, text me right now, and he goes, "Yo, cuz, you doing Ashes commentary?" So I text him back, yes, sir. You know what I mean? Whatever, Cricket for Americans or whatnot. I haven't worked with him for a minute. We used to be limo drivers together. He now runs a sports book here in town. So I was like, yo, how do you know about? Because he's not Australian. He's not from the Caribbean, right? He's not English. He's Italian. And I'm like, how does he know about, cricket, the Ashes? And he's like, bro, who you think puts the odds on the board, cousin? So Like the Ashes are so big that there's already action, gambling action here in Vegas on the Ashes, and most Americans aren't paying attention. But once it's a betting sport, everybody's paying attention, cousin. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, it's interesting how popular and how big this rivalry is. And again, it is Yankees Red Sox, bro. It is honestly one of the biggest rivalries in sports. And it really is sad, though, that England does not have their best team. And somebody keeps mentioning this right here. I said it all along. Missing Jofra Archer is going to hurt, especially here with these flat pitches where pace plays. You need a Jofra Archer. You absolutely do. And I still haven't seen him. And it's very interesting that it was an elbow injury. Because normally shoulder, whatever, but elbow injuries take a while, bro. I hope it's not Tommy John. I really don't. But sometimes players trying to rehab it just takes longer than just having a surgery and coming back. You know what I mean, dude? Because it's been, 6 months since we've seen Jofra Archer, bro? And he's nowhere near. It's just frustrating.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that Archer's not around. And this is the thing. Without Archer, they've got one, and without Ollie Stone as well. These are three bowlers, Wood, Stone, and Archer, who bowled 90 plus, and they only have Wood. Everyone else bowls mid 80s to early 80s, and yes, there's more seam and swing, maybe bounce bowlers, which is where Ollie Robinson comes into play. But they need pace, and unfortunately, they don't have it. And one thing I've been mentioning, and a lot of people have actually, I'm glad everyone's talking about, which means that I'm not thinking out way too out of the box, is the fact that England needs a genuine spinner, right? Yes, they have Jack Leach, but they need someone who's probably better than Jack Leach, right? Because the thing is, the last time England won the Ashes in Australia was about 10 years ago, and they had Graham Swan and Monty Panesar in their side, and those were absolutely brilliant. Like, those were the guys who got a lot of the wickets for England as well. So they just need to find a spinner, and Dom Bess, unfortunately, isn't that guy. Or Jack Leach could be, but Dom Bess definitely isn't. So they need to find someone sometime soon. Otherwise, it's going to be really bad from an English perspective. And one thing you mentioned there, Gabe, earlier about Australia and Cameron Green. You were talking about Cameron Green being their main all-rounder. The thing is, they want to groom him. He's got a lot of potential, but I think it's too early for him. Personally, I think it's too early to kind of thrust him into that position. But let's see if he sinks or swims. And last point, sorry, I just wanted to, I was thinking of a few points. 1882, the first Ashes, right? 1882 between England and Australia, 139 years ago. Are you kidding me? 139 years ago. And this, even though, again, as a Pakistani, I would say the biggest rivalry in cricket is India-Pakistan, but they don't play each other that often. If they played like England or Australia play every 2 years, they have a test series, then maybe I could put that in the same bracket. But because that doesn't exist, England and Australia, to me, is the biggest rivalry in cricket. It's the longest. And on top of that, it's consistent. They keep playing against each other over and over again. And they've got a very important trophy that is like this big. But it means a lot to everyone in Australia and to England.
To answer Jihan's question, 100%. Right? These are the kind of odds where you put $100 down to win like $5. All right. He's definitely going down. We know what's going to happen. He's a man made out of like, not even glass. He's like made out of like a dandelion, right? You blow on it and it just goes away, for crying out loud.
Would do it?
He would. He would get a shot and he would get injured. Absolutely.
Wow. Thank you.
You're the worst. Honestly, you're the worst. Don't get him started, Rashid.
Where's Rashid? He's getting hat tricks in the T10 league right now, my friend. That's where he's at.
Him and Moeen don't want to play Test cricket, so England need to find someone else.
Let me ask you a question. What was that about? Why do you think that? I understand Moeen Ali getting a little bit older. Why do you think Rashid also doesn't want to play Test cricket? That's a very interesting dynamic to me there, because everybody, agrees that every cricketer wants to play Test cricket. Now, Moeen Ali has done it, and you know what? Moeen Ali was probably one of their best spinners, honestly, because he can help you with the bat and he can spin. He's a real proper all-rounder. But why do you feel that they just like, I'd just rather not play? I'm curious.
Right. Adil Rashid, I'm just Googling the exact stats. So he played 19 test matches over the course of like 4 years, and he was in and out of the team. I think he just made a judgment call at the end of it and realized I'd rather play T20, I'd rather play ODIs, because he was performing really, really well in those. And with the red ball, unfortunately, he wasn't performing as well when he played test cricket. So for that reason, he made a judgment call. And again, it's up to the specific person. He was called back to play for England, but then shortly after he was like, "Yeah, I'm leaving it," because there's he doesn't want to, and that's his personal take on the matter. On top of that, there's a really good comment by Vivek there. Rashid's getting old too. Yeah, Rashid's like 34, which again is not too old, but him and Moeen Ali both are in their almost mid 30s, and they're probably thinking, let's just play T20 and test, and we don't need to bowl 30, 40 overs in a day, right? We can just bowl 4 overs or 8 overs in a game.
You can get
and we're
paid
done.
too. You got the 100. You got all these different leagues. You can get paid for not playing as much and wearing out your body.
Mhm.
So, gentlemen, I just typed something in the chat, okay? And my man, Tony cousin Sal Sarucci, who's a pro, this is what he does. He sets lines, okay? He sets lines for casinos, and you got to understand something. My man's got a degree from UNLV. He's a stats major, all right? Who's ever seen like the movie Casino and all these old school mafioso movies where the guy that sets the line is a guy with a little visor, you know, he's got the bow tie on, little fat guy or whatever. But no, they got computers, they got stats majors. These guys that set lines go back decades and look at teams,
Right.
look at odds, look at favorable conditions. You do not understand what goes into setting lines for Vegas casinos, because you cannot make a mistake. It's too much. If you make a bad mistake, you could cost the casino money and cost yourself money, because it's big time gamblers. So they always set the line so it's right there where they're not going to get hurt one way or the other. The casino. This is the line for the casino, guys. This tells you that, yeah, England right now, plus 345 to draw. Plus 345 to draw. That means if you lay 100, you getting 345. That's how little the casinos think. Yeah, England's not, this ain't no draw. Not even close. 7-4. 7-4 for England to win this match. Australia, 115. 115. They're saying, listen, this thing is, turn off the game. All right. Next. This thing is done. Now, forget about what they think about just one game. Did you see the second comment? Minus 600 for Australia to hold on to the Ashes, which means you've got to lay down $600 to win $100. Yeah, this is a lock. The only odds I see worse than that are when Floyd Mayweather fights, and he's like 800 to 1. I think one time Floyd Mayweather was like 900 to 1. And I'm like, even I'll put 100 on that. Anybody could get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Anything can happen. He can slip in, he could get disqualified for throwing a low blow. 900 to 1? 600 to 1 in a professional. 600 minus 600. Casinos don't do that. And again, living here in Vegas, knowing guys that are actual bookies, not, bodega, back, room, smoke food room, cigar in the mouth. What's the line today, guys? No. These are professional people with degrees, stats majors, engineers. Bro, he's like, bro, you go, and he works at one of the medium-sized casinos. You go to some of these big casinos, bro, the Wynn, MGM, where people bet millions of dollars. He says, bro, they bring in dudes from like MIT. You know what I'm saying? Guys that should be working for NASA. Like, no. What are they paying you? You coming over here. You're setting our lines. That's who runs the gambling and the sports industry, because there's so much money to be made and so much money that could be lost that they don't take any chances. So basically what I'm telling you right now is, Nick, your call earlier was absolutely correct. It's over. If Vegas says minus 600.
They're coming back, baby. Listen, it took him, ladies, we're on the stream for 49 minutes, okay? It took him 18 minutes to say that, okay? 18 minutes. He's the kind of guy that you could have a conversation with just a recording of every 5 minutes saying, oh, yeah, oh, you're right, oh, yeah. Or you can make him talking longer and be like, no, I don't agree with you. What? Are you talking about? What? I mean, he just goes on and on and on. So I was able to eat my dinner. I had a little bit of dessert. I went on for a walk. Took a phone call, and this guy's still talking about the odds or whatever.
I shaved a little bit.
Hey, don't be surprised if Hamid does a little Pujarian effort right here. Shows Sibley how it's done and he sees himself 400 balls or something. Look at Burns. You knew you didn't deserve to be there, for crying out loud. And look at the entire team. They just won the World Series or something like that. Jeez Louise.
No one expected it. That's the thing. The first ball, they had a really good plan. They had a really good plan. Ball on his leg stump. He's going to move across, and they're going to get his wicket. And they did. So that's why they got so excited, because the plan worked. And when plans work, people love it when a plan comes together. If you know what I mean. So yeah,
yeah.
Azad,
you've been watching cricket way longer than us. Has that ever happened? Bowled out on the first ball of the Ashes?
It has happened. But again, I can't quote it. I'm sure there's a couple of times, but I can't remember the exact stats. But I know the first ball of an Ashes test, this has happened before. But it's just unexpected because it's all the hype, right? You're expecting, like, England were talking about, oh, Burns and Hamid are going to give England a solid start, right? I live in England. Everything is pro-England in terms of the TV. They try to be objective, but at the end of the day, they're supporting England, right? All the commentators are English, everything, right? So they're saying, oh, Burns and Hamid.
Sounded mad, bro. They sounded mad.
So
I was like, bro, professionalism. You almost sound like Nick and Gabe over there, bro, throwing salt.
No professionalism at all. Gabe, I want to know real quick. I gotta know real quick, since he gave that TV show reference. What's that from? When a plan comes together.
The A-Team, right?
Yes, they made it into a movie. Yeah. Very good.
The thing is, I used to love the TV show, and I was quite disappointed. I was kind of disappointed with the movie, but I'm glad they had a few. They had two really big actors, and then they can't replace Mr. T. That's the thing. Mr. T is just like Mr. T. So it was very difficult to replace him. But
look at it, baby.
Oh,
the entire series. B.A. Baracus.
Oh, I love it. It was one of the shows I used to watch all the time, because there was there was a channel on TV that just replayed the A-Team twice a day, every and just kept showing every day. So I was like, oh, let's just keep. It was that, Stargate SG-1, right, and Friends. Those are the three shows that used to be on TV consistently in the UK.
Like, I love it.
What else?
And as they rotate the strike there, guys, Ollie Pope. I like Ollie Pope, okay? And I think that he needs to stick around in the team. I really do. I understand people want Johnny Bairstow, and I do crush Johnny Bairstow. Thing about Johnny Bairstow is he can give you those huge totals, right? $1.20, but then he throws away his wicket. I've seen Johnny Bairstow go down for a duck so many times, and don't tell me, it's only the T20. I've seen him do it in ODIs. I've seen him. Johnny Bairstow doesn't have the discipline. I like Ollie Pope. He has discipline. Now, he can't give you those big scores, or maybe he has it in him. He has to work up to it. But I feel like he's a consistent middle order batsman that can do exactly what he's doing right now. He's batting at a 50 strike rate, and he's extending, which is what you need a guy to do. You need to have him see runs or see balls, see deliveries, so that you don't just keep throwing wickets away. What do you think about Ollie Pope? Is it just like, I know he's a young guy. He doesn't have a lot of experience under him. What do you think?
He's a wild card. I'll go first. He's a wild card. He's so young. He's so raw, but he's got so much talent. That's like Cameron Green. You want to put him, you want to set him to the fire. You want to see what you can do. Because as far as I understand, and Audra can correct me, England's got a whole lot of hope in the potential of Ollie Pope. And he could be some guy that can really, really help solidify this team for years to come. And he's got the skills. The Ashes? This is the time you're going to prove yourself, my friend. In Australia? Please.
I think he can. And this is the thing. Ollie Pope has an average of like 53 or 54 in first-class cricket. He's played 60 first-class games, or somewhere around there, 60 first-class games. And what he does domestically is he piles on runs. He comes in at 5 or 6 and just scores consistently for the last 2-3 years. In domestic cricket, he averaged like 70 odd. Okay, that's the funny thing. And then when he shifts to Test cricket, he just hasn't been able to get that level of runs so far, but he will. I think he's one of those guys. He's 23 years old, Nick. I completely agree with you. He's a young talent, so he can definitely build up to that in Test cricket as well. And in Australia, in the Ashes, if he does it, that will prove prove that he has the talent. He can score outside England, outside the domestic circuit. And that would be very, very important from Ollie Pope and for England because they need someone solid in the middle order.
This is a really good comment right here. They want Pope to be the loose bus change to Steve Smith, a.k.a. Root. Absolutely. Man. Why is it? Let me just say this real quick. Why is it the match that I'm rooting for England? Because England's my second team. When they go against India, I don't root for them. Why is it when I root for England, Joe Root goes down for a duck? You know how much fun I would have with that if it was against India or something? I would be loving the fact that he went down for a duck. He's got to do this when I root for him. He just hates me, ladies and gentlemen. He absolutely hates my guts. It's not fair.
And, you know, I made that comment, Nick, about the India being murderer's row, right? But honestly, was Joe Root going to keep up this pace? Somebody said, Gabe, they DM'd me on Twitter and said, Gabe, don't feel bad because I got crushed. Because I remember we were talking about, not me. I jumped on Nick's back and I was like, yeah, when Nick, Joe Root is garbage. And everybody crushed him months ago and they turned around. But somebody straight told me, you could correct us both, John. You've been watching. Joe Root is having the year of his life. He's never played he's never had a spell like this. Wasn't until look, I love it. He said, no, I wasn't wrong. I was just early on it. But was he really going to keep doing that every other game? 100, 250, 140, 150. Come on. No one does that. Maybe Kane Williamson, but nobody does that. Stop it. Stop. What do you expect? This guy cannot carry this team on his back every single test match. He cannot do it. And other guys got to step up. People said Ben Stokes. Guys, did you remember why Ben Stokes left the IPL? He had a broken hand. You just don't jump back into form. Okay, it's healed magically. You know what I mean? Oh, you look good in the nets. Nets don't hit back, cousin. All right? Nets don't. They're not bowling at your head in the nets. All right? Like I don't know what people were thinking. And that's where I was like, go get yourself. I would have much rather have seen, oh, God, it pains me to say it, but a Bairstow in this lineup combined with an Ollie Pope and just leave out Burns. Just leave out Rory Burns, bro. Because honestly, Rory Burns' time is past. And again, Bairstow has done it in Test, ODI, in T20. Bairstow has given you those centuries.
Burns' time is past.
20. I've seen, bro, he's done.
Why do you hate the last
cousin?
Oh, wow. He got hit right in the back there at short leg or wherever he's at. Oh, he got hit right in the back.
We're in sync. I just saw that.
Wow.
We're in sync. This is great.
Blue bus change.
You got the poor internet like me.
Vertebrae right there. Not just the bus. You lose the vertebrae or the leg or something. Gabe, do you get paid money for trashing the Burnses? Like, do you have like some kind of stock, some kind of crypto that goes up whenever you? I mean, you love yourself. You hate the Burns. I mean, what do they steal your fries when you were a kid or something? Do they not come to your birthday party? Do they steal your girl? What is going on?
First and foremost, all right. Let me go ahead and defend myself here, guys. Let me go ahead and defend myself. First of all, Nick doesn't want me trashing John Campbell. Nick doesn't want me trashing JL. Nick doesn't want me trashing Johnny Bairstow. Nick doesn't want me trashing Sophie Ecclestone. He doesn't want me trashing the Burns. Nick is a humanitarian, all right? We're going to nickname Nick Mother Teresa, all right? Mother Teresa, because my man, he loves everyone. He loves it's okay, Burns. Go ahead and lose it for us. Not a problem. Give up your wicket on a duck. No, they get criticized. I let them have it, cousin. Step up your game or give it to somebody else. Honestly, you're holding somebody else's spot. And if that's all you're going to do out there, then give it to somebody else. Give it to somebody else. Come on now.
Gabe's middle name is "What have you done for me lately?" That's his middle name.
Oh man.
I was gonna say, Cameron Green.
Ooh.
That was close. I don't think he hit
You got nothing from the umpire, baby. Nice try.
Right. I just want to say, I think, Gabe, the reason why Nick keeps, he's a humanitarian, because Nick wants to visit these places, and if he's going with you, then they won't let him in. I think that's the reason why. Because John Campbell, the Burnses, Steve Smith at one point, you got Bairstow. Like
He
you
just
have.
fits it in
See?
everywhere for crying
I'm
out
an
loud.
equal opportunity hater. I give it to the West Indies. What do you think? I'm not gonna give it to Team USA.
Listen.
Actually, I won't give it to my man Aaron Jones because he showed me love first. If you guys don't already follow him, go follow Aaron Jones on Twitter. Show him some love. Gonna give CFA Nation some love. He was letting us know about the tickets. Man, love to him. Followed us back. But other than that, everybody else is open. Let me go over there and have somebody drop a ball. I'll lose my mind. Bro, against Ireland. Ireland's throwing everybody at us, Nick. Look at that lineup. What happened to the B squad? What happened to this is USA. We're just trying to get them some confidence. Oh, this is more of a what do you call it? An exhibition.
Come to the US and get their butts kicked to get it. No, you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. You're not going to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars and let that team beat you. You can't go to the New York Giants and let that team beat you. Ooh, I love it. Listen, you're just not.
You want it to be competitive, though. You want it to be competitive.
This is my impression of Gabe when he's asleep. Okay. Now, even though he doesn't say it, he has a little bit of the snoring going on. But when he's asleep, he does this. Oh, Rory Burns. Rory Burns. John Campbell, I hate you. And he has like the night terrors, right? Of these players. He can eat, he can breathe, and trash John Campbell in like the same split second. I don't know how he does it. He teaches his lesson. He's talking about equivalent fractions. John Campbell sucks. The kids are like, what?
Practice it.
We're going to write that down in our notes? Yes, write that down.
Practice, bro. How do I do it? Practice, all right? I sit in front of the mirror like, take a little water. All right, John Campbell, drop catches. Johnny Bairstow, hit wicket. Bro, I just work on it. Practice, bro. Just practice.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
I would hate to be your kid. Like, you'd never forget anything. Remember that time 4 years ago you forgot to do the dishes? Yeah, I've not forgotten.
My kids actually get on top of me for that, bro, because I never let anything go. You're absolutely right, dude. I never let anything go.
Gosh.
It's hilarious.
I love it.
But I saw that squad, and I was seriously concerned for USA. I'm like, are you serious right now? Bro, they threw the dogs after us. They trying to put the paws on us. But never fret. Never fret. We're going to show up, bro. We're going to show up. I'm telling you.
Hey, we're going to be there. I'm just proud our first cricket match is a USA cricket match, right? I mean, you got to root for the home team. Sorry, us, John. You got to root for the hometown team where you're living, baby. Just kidding. I know you're from Pakistan, but still, got to root for the hometown team. And our very first match is going to be there. And, Ireland might be like everyone else's, like, it's Ireland. Sweet. We're going to win that one. But for us, This is like our ashes, for crying out loud. We might start our own ashes.
I must say, Ireland has beaten Pakistan. Ireland has beaten England. I think Ireland's beaten India, if I'm not wrong, or Australia. Like, they've beaten a few big teams. So in a way, if USA beats Ireland, who beat England, then USA beat England. Maybe?
Exactly.
Yeah,
bro, I'll take it.
Sports.
That's how transitivity works. So that's what you do.
Bro, that's Common Core math. That's Common Core math for you right there, baby. Like, what?
Stop it. Stop it. This guy hates us. There's another one. There's another one he hates.
Oh,
man.
Dude,
Dude, Paul Sterling.
No, not yet. There's a question from Ben. Does USA have Unmuk Chan? I don't think Unmuk Chan is going to play for the USA yet, but he will play in a couple of years, if I'm not wrong. You need some time to get some sort of green card or citizenship or anything like that, even if they're fast track. So I don't think he's going to play against Ireland, but they're probably trying to groom him to play for USA if USA qualifies for the World Cup, which they will, obviously, because they got Gabe and Nick both rooting for them in the crowds. That'll be good. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Nathan Lyon, bro.
Other name is Spell Run. I wonder if that's his other name.
That is hilarious. You're out of control.
That's a joke from like elementary school.
So Nathan Lyon looks like And I am the jinx. I was about to say it looks like he's about to get himself a maiden wicket, and of course, a maiden wicket, a maiden over, and of course he gives up a run on that ball. Nathan Lyon's like, "Come on, Gabe," but that's where spinners sometimes, Nick, can impact the game without even taking wickets, because a lot of times those spinners, you get yourself out, right? They're not going to ball you out or anything like that, right? It's not like it's going to be,
boundary, baby.
You got edged on it, right? But it's like,
really
don't,
jinxed him.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Azdad, aren't batsmen even more careful sometimes with spinners because they don't want to get themselves out, and it depresses the run scoring?
Yeah. So there's two ways you can look at it. If it's a quality spinner like Nathan Lyon, you always try and be more defensive. You don't attack such a good spinner usually, right? So you're more defensive. You try and assess the pitch. You assess his line, his lengths, how much the ball is going to turn. Then you try and attack them afterwards. But if they get on top of you very quickly, then they're going to run wild. Like Nathan Lyon is 1 wicket away from getting 400 test wickets. I think this is his 100th or 101st test match as well. So yeah, he's absolute class. So a lot of the times, yes, batsmen try and attack spinners, or they try and be too careful so they get out. So I get what you're saying. So maybe they're like, oh, we're gonna try and defend that one. Maybe it was too short. Maybe they can actually smash that one over the bowler's head for 4. But they're like, no, we're gonna take our time. We're gonna try and be as defensive as possible rather than being more proactive. As we like, if you notice, like Ollie Pope's strike rate is just about 45, 50 runs or something. But Ollie Pope, when he first came out to bat, he was trying to take singles, but now he's not stuck in a rut, but he's trying to take runs and be proactive, but it's not working because he's hitting straight to fielder. I love how that just happened as soon as I said that as well. He hit it straight to that cover fielder as well. So it's just the fact that with spinners, you feel like you can attack them, but with a bowler like Nathan Lyon, who's absolute class, they have to be defensive. Otherwise, it's going to be, he's going to take like 5 wickets really quickly. You have to take your time against him.
Yeah, I see this all the time where, batsmen will be so cautious, but what happens is in the interim, you've wasted 4 or 5 overs and you look up and, oh my gosh, you know what I'm saying? In the last 10 overs, we might have scored whatever, 30 runs, you know what I mean? 20 runs. And now you're chasing it. You know what I mean? So I think the value of a Nathan Lyon is not just taking wickets, especially in a place like Australia, right? With the conditions, but it's keeping that run score very, very low, keeping it manageable. And going back to Jared Kimber, and I'm trying to give as much credit to people and remember who said it, but Jared Kimber was talking about how the biggest issue is that England, because of the conditions at home, their spinners get smashed. They know their spinners are going to get smashed, so they don't push them. They don't promote them. And as thus, you end up with not having any spinners. And right now you've got Leach, obviously the retired Moeen Ali, and Don Best, where before they developed the Swans, they developed other spinners or whatnot. And you've got to be okay with just your spinners getting, pummeled at home, but you got to continue to give them overs to develop. Look at New Zealand. New Zealand has spinners. Why? Because New Zealand conditions are very close to English conditions, but they realize they're not playing all their games at home, even though New Zealand would like to play all their games at home. A little drive by there. See, I'm an equal opportunity hater. Just saying. All right.
I don't doubt that at all.
They would like to play all their games at home, but they know that the BCCI and the ICC ain't gonna let them do it. You got to play on the road.
Well, they're definitely not gonna play away from home from now. The last test match. You see what happens? I told you shouldn't have gone. I told you.
You shouldn't have gone. You should have gone.
And that makes me think. I want to ask Ozjad this because I think that's the last ball until lunch, if I'm not mistaken. What are your thoughts on the 10-fer in an inning? Because when I was reacting to that live, I think it's absolutely phenomenal and amazing. It's such a freak thing because you have to have the rest of your mates get no wickets for crying out loud. The guy bowled 48 overs. I want to know your take on the feat.
It's a feat that's, as you know, only 3 people have done it in international cricket. You got Jim Laker, who took 19 wickets in that test match. By the way, he took a 9-fer and then took a 10-fer in the second innings. You got Anil Kumble against Pakistan in 98 or something like that, or 2000, something like that.
99.
Yeah, 99. Thank you. Yeah. So he took 10 wickets then, but I didn't expect anyone to ever do it again. Honestly, I'm telling you, I never expected anyone else to do it. And Ajaz Patel in India, this is probably the only place he was going to do it. No offense to Ajaz
In
Patel.
Mumbai, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? On top of that, apart from Southey, no one else bowled well, right? Jameson tried. Any other spinner they had, Somerville and whoever played, right? No one was bowling well. Ajaz Patel didn't have the best of line and lengths either. But this is the thing: when he bowled a good delivery, it wasn't just a good delivery; it was an exceptional delivery that got him a wicket. And thankfully, New Zealand took their catches and things. And for that reason,
Right.
Mr. Ajaz Patel, that feat, I don't expect that to happen anytime soon, at least for the next 10 years. I said this about like 6 sixes in an over, right? In international cricket, I think that's only happened like 4 times, 4 times, something like that, right? So
Right.
it's not something that happens very regularly. So it's similar to the 10 for. It's a great achievement. Ajaz Patel, again, he bowled 48 overs.
Yeah.
Those 10 wickets, that's a lot of balls. His economy was like, I think he got like 120, 119 runs or something like that of those 48 overs. But that's not the important bit. The important bit is he took his time. Yes, he was a bit wavered, but when he bowled good deliveries, he bowled them exactly where he needed to, and he got wickets off of them. The fielders helped, other bowlers helped by not taking wickets either. But that was a feat that I
And there
didn't
was
think.
no run out. That's another thing you got to think about. There was no run out or anything like that.
That just tells you that there was no Rahane in the team. But yeah, seriously speaking, I think Ajaz Patel, he wasn't the guy I expected to get a 10 for. I genuinely thought it was going to be Axar Patel or Ashwin who'd do that feat in the last few years or something. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon again, because it's highly unlikely. 3 times in however many years of international cricket, right? It's not something that happens very often. It's the first time that's happened in the first innings as well. So I was very, very excited when I found that out, because I don't like it was unfathomable. Like when I watched it, I was like, I can't believe this is happening. You see what I mean? And there was I can't remember if it was Jared Kimber. I think it was Jared Kimber. It was like, it's like hitting 3 home runs in a baseball game, or having a perfect game, something like that. It's even more rare in a way, because it's 3 10-fers in however many games that have happened in all of cricket. So it's a feat that will be unlikely to be repeated anytime soon. And it's great for Ajaz Patel, and especially he will be remembered. Like Jim Laker is remembered. Jim forever. Yeah, Jim Laker's remembered because of that. Yes, Laker was a decent bowler, but those 19 wickets is the reason why he's famous. Anil Kumble is famous because he's the highest wicket taker for India, right? And Ashwin's probably going to be him in a few years.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Ajaz Patel, who for some reason doesn't play in New Zealand for New Zealand. He just plays whenever they come to Asia. Like in New Zealand, I think he's played like 1, maybe 2 games max. But he just plays outside New Zealand in favorable conditions, and the conditions were favorable. Can't really argue that. But that feat, you have to land it in the right spot. You have to bowl well to be able to take 10 wickets. You can't say you fluke 10 wickets like Dom Best took 6. But let's not talk about Dom Best right now. But I think Ajaz Patel just bowled really well. Honestly, I was very impressed.
The thing that's crazy is I haven't put a lot of thought into this, but as you're talking, you mentioned the home runs. And just to correct you, I know you didn't really know difference, but 4 home runs is way more rare than 3 home runs. So many guys have gotten 3 home run games. 4 home runs is really rare. But still, there's like 28 guys that have hit 4 home runs in a game. Gabe will correct me, but there's 18 to 20 guys that have thrown a perfect game. We're talking about 3 guys that have done this feat in cricket in over 100 years. I can't think of a single game or a single season feat. One person might say 100 stolen bases. Yeah, now that's not going to ever happen again. But when in the 80s or so, you had Vince Coleman, you had Ricky Henderson, you had guys doing this back to back to back. I think Terry Pendleton might have came close. So I just can't think of any other feat that is so rare, and where only 3 guys in over 100 years have done it.
Let me jump in for a second here, Nick. First of all, somebody said, guys, you must walk around with rabbit's foots in your pockets, because in the short time you guys been watching cricket, you've seen a 10-fer, you've seen a couple of
breach.
We saw the Gaba breach. We've seen a couple of, not just once but twice, 36s, 6 sixes in an inning. You know what I'm saying? Guys getting pumped. All right. We've seen hat tricks.
Hat
And
tricks.
we've seen so many. And we're like, you wait forever to see these things. And I mean, gotta say, Blitz finally broke his blitz because he saw it and I didn't get to see it live. I was mad. With that being said, though, something I was gonna talk about. Somebody was saying, asking in the chat. The guy in the middle is Azjad, and Nick and I both live here in America, but Azjad lives in England. Please go look up his channel right now, Cricket for Us 2.0, and he has got some great content. Other great hosts that come on. Very knowledgeable people. We've learned most of what we know as far as cricket is concerned from Azjad. He's helped us in his journey, and he's been amazing. So go check him out. Show him some love, Chester. You will not be disappointed. Next, I really want to get to this. Rahani and Moeen Ali lost a foot race to a tortoise.
Yes.
Listen.
Oh, yes.
Nick, now you say I hate. You started the Moeen Ali hate because the man can't run, okay? You started that Moeen Ali hate, not me. Just say it.
Twice. He did it twice, okay? Did John Campbell drop 3 catches twice? I don't think so. And listen, for me, it's more surgical, all right? You walk and breathe and disparage these same 5 or 6 guys. You literally have your own group that you take from the Marvel name Sinister Six.
Sinister
and
Six.
It changes all the time. You wish it was a Sinister Dozen. Dirty Dozen. There you go. Why don't you think about doing that, right? And it was you. It'd be a Baker's Dozen. So you can get another name in there for crying out loud. I mean, you have so many guys. For me, what I do is when they can make a mistake, I crush them. I name them. And then do I bring up a no run? No. Rahani can't run too much? Maybe. Because it has a good ring to it for crying out loud. What can I do? Now, the only problem is he hasn't had a run out since. So that's unfortunate for him and for me.
That's because they don't let him run anymore. Bro, you didn't hear? Dhoni never talks. And all I heard in the IPL was Noeen. Like, what? No, they don't allow him to run, bro. What do you know?
Like trying to click on his foot. Oh, yeah, sorry.
They got a electric buzzer. Like, when you have around the dog's necks, the invisible collars or whatever, they got an invisible collar around Moeen Ali. He's not allowed to run.
Did you see him have any running mistakes with CSK and all the runs he scored? I did. I guarantee the very first moment when he got selected and they had the first team meeting, they had everyone there, all the new guys. I guarantee the MS Dhoni, it was all like incense candles were lit, and it was such a kumbaya type thing. And he said, hey, Moeen, come here real quick. Let's go talk in my office real quick, all right? Goes in his office. He has the tape queued up, ready to go of that run out when he was with RCB. And he's like, can you tell me what's wrong here? He's like, I know. He's like, I'm embarrassed, MSD. You are a legend, and I want to be like you. So we've got to figure out a way that you can help me with this. What was the very first thing he did when he left CSK? He had that debacle with the Noeen Ali. This guy cannot be trusted without MSD. I'm not sure what MSD was doing, but he saved his career. They had a meeting.
That is funny.
They had a meeting. I mean, every single time.
That is funny. After he wins a championship with CSK and has no running issues the entire season.
Nothing.
Very first match after that. He gets run out again. You can't make it up.
The biggest difference is Moeen Ali when he played for CSK, he came down the track and that was it, and smashed it for 4 or 6. Right? He didn't take singles. He didn't take doubles. He just came down.
Waste his time with that nonsense.
I just hit boundaries. And as soon as he played for England, they're like, oh, just get in there, take your time. He's like, all right, I'll take my time. I'll just walk out the crease just for the sake of it. It's not as bad as Shoaib Malik. I don't know if you've seen Shoaib Malik. Malik's run out about a few weeks ago. He literally walked out the crease after missing the ball, turned around, walked, and didn't land his bat or anything in the crease and got run out by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he didn't think that it was going to get there. I was like, what just happened? I remember seeing that. People lost their minds. Because also, Gabe, Kohli doesn't really have beef with Ashwin. It's just overseas. You got to pick one between Jadeja and Ashwin. And he goes usually with Jadeja. Who doesn't? He's the best all-rounder in the world. Ashwin has more than 400 test wickets. Dude, listen, I get it. Like I said, India's got to be the hardest side to get selected. It really does. And I think India is one of the only squads where you could lose your spot for having a cold. All right. I'm just saying, you miss a game, bye, banished.
You
All
beat
right?
Coley in poker. You're done.
Bye. You're picking up somebody's bags, dude. Say honestly, in the IPL, Sarayas Iyer
You would fit in.
was averaging like 50. Yeah, you would think I was coaching India, bro, because they love just axing people, bro. But Sarayas Iyer in the IPL was averaging 50. He got hurt, right? It was his shoulder. I think it was a shoulder injury. All of a sudden, bye, took his captaincy from him. He didn't even do anything. I mean, that's just how it is, bro. It's just there's so much talent that they can replace you at a heartbeat. And that's got to, honestly, it's a motivating thing to the players, but it's also a lot of pressure to play with. Think about it. Burns doesn't play with any pressure. He's like, who are they going to go to? Who are they going to go to? Another Burns, right? I know, another Burns.
Yeah.
Who are they going to go to? Just say it.
And he wonders why I say what I say.
Right. I'm by the way, I just want to give you a heads up. I'm gonna have to go in a couple of minutes. So apologies, but thank you for having me.
As will I
It's
in a little
2
bit as
a.m.
well,
your
but we
time.
appreciate it.
It's 2 a.m. your time, brother. I appreciate you joining us. Guys, real quick before we say anything else, Aja, do me a favor, throw the link to your channel right there. Cricket Bros 2.0, check it out. He will have a recap on this match. And unlike me, as Nick said earlier, it takes me 18 minutes to say one sentiment. Honestly, the guy left, had a bite to eat, shaved, went outside, checked out the wife and kids, came back. I was still talking. Azja's going to give you a quick recap, 2 minutes. You could do it while you at work, right? Your boss walks by to go to the bathroom. You're going to get your info by the time he gets back out the bathroom. That's how quick Azja does it. Me? Yeah, I might have you in the office talking to... So, Mr. Burns, were you watching YouTube while at work? Well, he didn't finish his thought, man. It took him forever. Honestly, they were running a thing. Azja, look, I'm doing it again, where people were saying how long it was taking for us to get into our actual R3 wickets. It was like
9 minutes.
It's great though. This is the thing I like about Cricket for Americans. You talk in detail. You set stuff up. Like, look at your reactions. I love the fact that you set it up. And everyone's like on the edge of their seat. They're like, all right, they're going to react. They're going to react. They're going to react. They're going to react. And then eventually, when you react, it's like, oh, it was worth the wait. It's like the fact that Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are going to be in the new Spider-Man movie.
They're going to be in it.
They're not going to tell us. They better
be.
be. Have you got tickets, by the way?
You know it.
Yeah.
And you know what? Real quick. I'm so mad at myself because my Chargers are playing the Chiefs that night. I totally didn't even think about it. Thursday night football. And I'm going to the game or the movie like when the game goes for an hour. But I'm still going to watch that movie, baby.
I'm actually I bought tickets for the 19th, but it releases in the UK on the 15th. So I'm thinking, maybe
you're done. You're toast.
You're done. You're done, cousin. You got to go night of because it's going to be all over the internet, bro. Your daughter's going to tell you what happened in the movie. She's like, I saw that
spoilers. I love spoilers. You guys know this. I love spoilers. I'm going to find out before I watch the movie.
He does love spoilers. There's something wrong with you, man. What's wrong with you?
But no,
we appreciate you joining, though, Azja. I really, really do, honestly. I just feel bad that you ended your stream. You were rocking right there with the view count and all that kind of stuff. I had no idea you were going until I already started this, so I would have just joined you. But
no worries. It was really good to hang out as always. And like I said, whenever you guys want, I'm happy to jump on. The issue is it's really late because it's Australia for me. So it's the other way around. Usually it was like 4 a.m. for you guys. And Gabe, the night watchman, was doing the night watchman things. But unfortunately, I'll just let me know. I love jumping on CFA. Obviously, whoever's watching, please like, share, subscribe to Cricket for Americans. Go over to the Twitter channel. Go over to Instagram. Go over to anything that says Cricket for Americans, which is, Cricket for Americans, doesn't CFA, not any other Cricket for USA channel or anything like that. But honestly, you're going to see them as well. Go to Florida on the 22nd of December or somewhere, the 22nd of December. You're going to check these guys out.
You can sledge Gabe in person.
Oh,
absolutely.
Oh, that'll be so. If Han Solo flies to Florida, right? If Han flies to Florida. Oh, that's crazy. Thank you very much. As always, have fun, enjoy, and let's see if England get all out in the second session. Okay, bye, guys.
Adios.
Later.
I still can't believe that Jihan is there at the game. That is so cool. And
I love
maybe
it.
he's not at the game itself, but he's there in that area, in that atmosphere. I think he's at the game. He says the Barmy Army is already piping up. By the afternoon,
No,
they'll
he's
be
there
very
at the
loud.
game. He's
I
at the
love
game.
it. So he's
I
there
remember
at
him
the
telling
game,
me.
listening to these boneheads right here talking.
I love it.
Not
I
Ozjob,
love it.
the other two.
So Nick, as we're talking about this game, right? And I think the first thing you start, he said, just so I had one all afternoon. The first thing you start thinking about, right, is what needs to change. All right. Let's just take our hat off. Let's look forward to the next series. Obviously, one of the big changes was you'll have one, if not both, Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, right? And they haven't even got the bowl yet, but they need to be in the side. No, we're not in Florida, Chester. We're actually here at home in Nevada, Las Vegas. What needs to change, in your opinion, for England? Because they're saying that England may win the second one, and I'm assuming they're going to play both. What do you think needs to happen?
To win this match or win the Ashes?
To win the Ashes.
Well, they cannot start off the way they started off today. You cannot lose Joe Root before the 10th over, and he's not even opening the batting, for crying out loud. You can't let that happen. The most dangerous thing, and I saw it when India played Australia, you can't let the Pacers have a field day. If you let them dictate, and they're going to get their lines, they're going to get their lengths because they're really surgical with that. If you let, good call right there. That is so awesome. If you let them dictate, you're done. You can't fall into that type of situation. And I agree with you with the Rory Burns. I think you got to switch things up, but he's already seen one ball, but he's already seen one innings, for crying out loud. So you might want to stick with him for the next to see if you can get some kind of continuity or something like that. They're short-handed, so you got to kind of play the Pujarian game. You really do. The simple game where you take your time. Losing those wickets that early just cannot happen. And I feel like roster-wise, Australia's got a leg up. They're in Australia. Obviously, their Pacers are in amazing form right now. So what you got to do is you got to slow the match down. In my opinion, you play for the draw. You would love to take the win, but you play for the draw. You slow it down. You put them to sleep. That's what I would do.
You know what, man? That was I see what you're saying, and maybe you could draw this out, but you're gonna need a Herculean effort from somebody. So we'll see what happens.
Absolutely.
I think this game is done. The second game, I think they have a much better chance because I think they'll get both Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad back because they don't want to get whitewashed either. They want to win a game here, so we'll see what happens. With that being said, Nick, I'm gonna step away for a minute, take a quick break. Get Jihan live. Jihan, let me know. Well, sometimes when you're at games, they don't want you streaming or whatever. But if Jihan wants to jump on live, I'll send him the link so he could jump on, especially so we can hear the Barmy Army losing their mind over there. That would be so funny. It'll be a lot of fun. But I'll be back shortly, Nick, and I'm sure you'll hold down the fort, my man.
Absolutely. Everyone, thank you so much for joining us, sticking with us during lunch break right now. This is a long break. If you're just joining right now, if you're just waking up, oh my goodness gracious, DEFCON 5 is already upon us. What were the exact overs? Let's take a little trip down memory lane here. Wickets fell aplenty. Rory Burns lost his wicket on the very first ball. How dare you, Rory Burns? Dawid Malan, who I was surprised that was on the test side in the Ashes here, he went down the fourth over. Joe Root went down the sixth over. I did not see any of those wickets fall. Before I keep hearing I saw the Rory Burns one. I ain't lie. Joe Root's ball that he went out on was absolutely beautiful. Hamid has given him some type of anchor, some type of solidarity right there with 73 balls, 25 runs. And then Ollie Pope also, he had a 50 strike rate at one point. He's really slowed things down, but he has not lost his wicket. Ben Stokes went down 5 runs on 21 balls. So you're talking, you got Josh Butler next, my man Chris Wokes, and then you got Robinson, Wood, Leach. Robinson can bat a little bit. I don't think fantastically or consistently. And then Mark Wood, I honestly don't know what kind of batter he is. Jack Leach, he's coming to number 11. I'm assuming he's not the finest batsman. As far as the bowling side, Mitchell Stark and Hazelwood have both bowled 7 overs. Hazelwood has only given up 3 runs. in 7 overs. I think he's had 4 maidens in a row. Mitchell Stark get up 25 runs. Hazelwood 2 wickets. Stark 1. Cummins got 1. 6 overs, 16 runs. What Hazelwood is doing is absolutely unbelievable. A 40 hundredths of a run economy rate. I've never seen that before for someone that's bowled for more than a few overs. He's absolutely killing it right now. And it's so interesting for me how some guys perform, some bowlers perform economy rate wise with different formats. I've seen Hazelwood get pumped in T20, whether it's CSK or whether it was the World Cup. Get pumped, big economy rates. Here in Test, I've seen it so many times. He loves himself some wickets and a low economy rate from when I have seen it. It's absolutely unbelievable. The only thing that can help England to draw is rain. I don't want to say it's the only thing. There's so many times when I was so sure about something, and then the exact opposite happened, which is why I have a little bit of hope right now. I'm rooting for England. I don't have a lot of confidence in that hope, but I have a little bit of hope that it's not a foregone conclusion, but it doesn't look good. If they lose 2 more wickets, bye for this first innings at least, and then it's going to be really, really tough unless you have a masterful bowling performance on your side. But yeah, the rain's definitely going to help. But when the WTC happened and there was 1 day of rain or 1.5 days of rain, and we thought, oh no, this is dumb because of rain, there was still a decision. You lose wickets so fast, you go out before the end of the first day. Rain or not, Australia still has a chance. Let us know what the clouds look like right now, if there's any chance of rain for today. All right, Hazelwood is holding court. Absolutely. Nick, you must have hope in the Pope. I do have hope in the Pope. I have hope in the entire team. I really, really do. It's just a tall order. I'm hoping that Pope and Hamid just kind of make camp. I predicted that they're going to be all out by the end of the second session. We just ended the first session. Both those guys are in there. The interesting thing will be the first 2 or 3 overs from Australia. I would go with Stark first, and then I would go Cummins and then Stark third, because I want to see if anything about that break at lunch, anything, maybe a little bit of food still digesting, is going to throw them off their planted feet there at the crease. I want to see if I can get them. I want to see if I can trip them up. 79 in the chat. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. What a long lunch, he says. So, just to give you guys a heads up, I have a busy night. I'm going to leave in about 5 or 10 minutes. I've got to take care of some church stuff, and I'm going to, hang out with the family and do a whole kind of stuff. It seems like Gabe's going to park himself here for a while. This spam, I'm blocking him. He's came back and spammed some more. Seems like Gabe's going to be on here for quite a while. So if you plan on watching this entire match, please stick with CFA for as long as we go. And I should be back on to help out Gabe in a little bit. But this guy is a monster. This guy is going to be here for a long time. Lunch only started 20 minutes ago. I know. Should be at least 20 more minutes, at least you would think. With some series having no warm-up games against domestic sides at the moment, turning sides are going to struggle even more to win. Absolutely. Jihan says, I can try coming on for a couple of minutes. Don't know if my phone will, but can give it a try. All right. I will go ahead and send you the invite to the email that me and you've been corresponding with the last several times. That would be awesome. Live from the Gaba. All right, I just sent you the link. You can join on your phone. Who knows how good the service will be, but it'll be awesome to see you, and it will be great to see it live right there, even if there is no play right now. Wokes, I predict when I come back and join Gabe later on, Wokes will he won't be out. He'll either be batting or he hasn't got a chance yet. Yeah, that would be awesome, Jihan. Stumps is at midnight. Yep. Appreciate that, Saganisha. Pretty sure he's our man here on the western side of the United States as well. LA, California, something like that. Always bad reception in those stadiums. Let's hope it works. We'll try the same from the MCG for you guys. Oh, that's awesome. Steve, we appreciate that. You're going to be at the MCG. It's so cool that these amazing supporters of our channel are there at the Ashes. It's a big deal for them. Who was it? Was it Steven? Another Steve was talking about how he retired recently and he's going to try to watch all of the Ashes. I mean, this is like Australian fans. This is your time. This is your Super Bowl. And luckily for you, it lasts for a long time. Yes, Boxing Day, if I'm not mistaken, the 26th of December. That's day one of the third match, if I'm not wrong. It's tough that for us, for me in particular, I love Christmas time. I love the holiday season. I love every single day about it. I really get into it. I try to make it more about Christ than, the other stuff, Santa Claus and whatnot. But I enjoy the other stuff. I'm not going to lie. I love it all. It's tough that the Ashes are during this time because I'd be downstairs watching some Christmas movies with my family. And we're not going to be streaming every single night. But I do like how in between each test, it's a longer break than what I've been used to, like 3 or 4 days. No, it's like 7 or 8 days. So I do appreciate that. So there's the first 2 tests are before Christmas. And the third test, I believe, starts, on the 26th, which actually might be the 25th for us because Australia is in the future. They got Doc Brown out there with a time machine, for crying out loud. Could an entire country have a time machine? I don't think so. But that'll be our Christmas day. So, it is what it is. We'll be on that third test match at some point. Gabe might be crazy enough. He might be crazy enough to stream on Christmas Day. I mean, that's like an instant divorce notice, baby. But Gabe, you know how he talks. He can get himself out of anything. I'm pretty sure he's gotten himself out of like 4 possible divorces already. Oh. He can get himself out of anything. I'm pretty sure he's There's my voice.
Wait, is that a rule? I'm not allowed to stream on Christmas Day? Huh? What?
Hey, just let me know if you do. I'm going to get some popcorn ready. I can get a little camera in your house.
Listen. What you got to do is you got to set it up the proper way, right? You'll be that husband where you get everything done. You start making her feel guilty, all right? You do everything. Bro, dishes, cook, clean. You do her toes. Bro, you brush your hair. You do everything. And then I'll say, babe, I didn't even realize I already have this commitment. It's set up to stream. What can I do?
Christmas I didn't realize this is what you were doing with the presents this morning. Real quick, Oscar, appreciate that. He says he's going to keep this on as he sleeps. Listen, I cannot tell you how many times Jody and I used to try to do like reading together, right? We were that kind of couple where we should read a chapter, I read a chapter, a page or whatever. I can't tell you, Gabe, how many times she fell asleep when I was reading. And I'm like, what are you trying to say? I'm bored. Oh, no, you have a soothing voice. Yeah, that means I'm boring, for crying out loud. So, Ozjon, you're probably already asleep because you heard me talk for 10 minutes straight. I have like that kind of monotone voice that puts people to sleep.
Well, I appreciate you holding down the fort, brother. I know you got to get out of here as you have another commitment. So
yeah, I got to run. I sent Jihan the invite. So hopefully he has some reception to join you. If he does, I can't wait for that. Guys, don't forget, like and subscribe. Stick around. Gabe's going to do his Gabian things, if that's a real thing. And Gabe, I'll see you in a few hours, unfortunately. Good luck.
All good, brother. All good. Getting back in the chat. Let's see what's going on. This is my first Ashes, and the hype was real. Oh, yeah, my first Ashes as well, Raj, and Nick's is obviously. And again, first ball, man. We were so mad because Jody got to see it. Jody's the other part of CFA Nation and Boring Reviews. Of course, Chris, they're more on the Boring Review side, but they've watched. Chris is coming with us to Florida, right, for the cricket match. So, he watches the games with us. He's just on a different schedule than we are. But with that being said, man, it's like she got to see the very first ball. Like, what? Gone? Wicket taken already? Scalp taken? Opening ball? And it was so much fun to sit here and watch it, but I'm like, I wouldn't wanted to see it live. And somebody's like, man, you guys are getting spoiled. But Nick just recently the other day, right, saw a temper. All right, he saw that 10th wicket fall live. You know, I was mad. I was at my other job. I couldn't get it done. But for sure, watching these games and watching the passion that people have in the game, watching how big it is. Again, earlier in the stream, in the middle of the stream, I get my boy Anthony, who runs a sports book out here. He puts up lines and he's like, bro, you streaming the Ashes? I'm like, yeah, bro, how you know what the Ashes? Whatever. You know, we used to drive liberals together. He's like, oh, you know, I run the books. I put up the lines. I talked about the lines earlier. And for those of you who don't know, the gambling lines, the casinos in Vegas, you're allowed to legally bet on games. And man, I'm telling you, it was just like off the chain. Like he said, oh, bro, of course, all this stuff. So is there any cricket scene in New York, Gabe? You know what? To be honest, I grew up there, guys. I've got some family that still lives in New York, right? But for the most part, most of my family has moved or even actually lives in Jersey because New York has gotten so expensive. You got to kind of commute to get there unless you're living in a really bad area. But if there's going to be a cricket scene, it's going to be in the bigger cities, New York, LA, again, even here in Vegas, because we got the more diverse community and we're going to have a lot of Europeans, a lot of foreigners, right? People from the Caribbean, a lot of people from India, and the bigger cities, not like the rural America in the middle, but that's why IPL very strategic where they're putting their teams, right? Bigger cities, you know, LA. I think actually we're getting a franchise here in Nevada, in Las Vegas. That's where it's at, man. So there will be for sure. Oh, John Weir says, power went out just before the start. Had to rush to my laptop and watch the live stream. Just caught the first ball. Glad I did. That would be crazy. How does the power go out? Oh, John, I'm so glad you got there. Whoever's putting money on England needs to spread the money for us down here. People bet it though, because think about it. If you lay if it's 600, right? Negative 600, you got to lay 600 to win 100. So that means it's plus 600 for England to get the Ashes. So that means if you put down 100, you get 600. You know what I'm saying? So some people are real gamblers. You know, you go with those odds. And I wouldn't be taking those odds. That's ridiculous money. That's not even a little bit. Will Green pick up his first test wicket of the match? So what am I looking forward to? John Weir says schedule maintenance. Got it. What am I looking forward to watching in this match? And guys, anything can happen, right? This is cricket. We've seen anything happen. I feel like this is obviously Australia's game to lose, but anything can happen. But what am I looking forward to in the second innings? First and foremost, Nathan Lyon is 1 wicket away from 400, right? He's at 399. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. 400 test wickets. So I want to see Nathan Lyon get his wicket. I also want to see Cameron Green, this young guy that they're pushing, the future all-rounder. I would like to see him get his first wicket. I really do. I think that'll be a big milestone for him. As far as the batting is concerned, you know, I think the guys are going to do what they're going to do. I'm not really concerned. I want to see how Marcus Harris performs, right? And Travis Head, because they're the reason that Uzi was kept out. So they both better perform. Steve Smith is going to be Steve Smith. I heard that Smudge averages like 100. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. Smudge is going to do what he does, so you're not really too worried about Smudge. The bowling, Stark, Patty Cummins, I don't expect any of these guys to get pumped. That's probably the bigger questions. And then on the bowling side, right? Regardless what score they put up, but I want to see if Jack Leach can establish himself as that spinner so we just get done and over with Dom Bess. All right. Can he, you know, can he live up to the hype and become that frontline spinner? I always love watching Josh Butler, but I love him as a batsman. So he's probably going to put in some work. And then Mark Wood has so much pace. If this guy, to me, Mark Wood is honestly Mitchell Stark light. Those guys are amazing. just cannot stay healthy. Because Mark Wood is another guy that's always hurt. I mean, always hurt. So I think that those are things I'm looking forward to seeing in the second innings. Oh, whoa, whoa, no spam in there, my friend. Take a chill pill. Time out for you. Time out for you. Break out the Red Sox tag. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I told Nick that's only for IPL when we're talking, and we're talking about no. You don't know. It hurts to wear that hat. It hurts to wear that hat. I swear to God, if Wokes gets 50 plus, then Nick will be uncontrollable. Oh, yeah, if Wokes gets 50 plus, we will never hear the end of it. We'll never hear the end of it. Some international cricketers joined USA. Any update? Sihan, Jairisia, and Corey Anderson. I did not know that. I had heard about Corey Anderson. Did not hear about Sihan Jairisia. A lot of our team is international. Matter of fact, Aaron Jones, who is from Barbados, he was actually born in New York. I follow him on Twitter. Go show him a holler from CFA. I reached out because when I looked at the squad, he was born in Queens, right? And I grew up in New York. I was actually born in Caribbean, but I grew up in New York. Our roles are kind of vice versa. But there's only like 2 actual Americans on the squad, all right? Most of our players are imports. And, we're building our team that way until they can get more Americans there. But the boys are doing a good job, and they are putting in work. They've been on a really good spell. And Rory Burns, 6th Duck of the Year. Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you, I am excited, and I'm telling. And maybe it's not the match Nick and I go to. I'd lose my mind if it is. Maybe the second, maybe one of the ODI matches. But this team has been playing good. I think that we're gonna win a game. We're gonna win a game for sure. Do you know, Gabe, why it's called the Ashes? I do. We've done some research on it. And again, we've been waiting for the Ashes now since we started our cricket journey. We've been waiting for the Ashes since we started the cricket journey. And they called it the Ashes because when Australia very first beat England in England, the papers all said it was the death of cricket in England. And, of course, very, very, reporters, media in general, they're brutal, right? Killing the English team. It's the death of cricket in England. To lose to Australia, right? The little brother. And no one expected Australia to beat England. So that's why they called it the Ashes. And now they play for this little urn thing that's about this big. And it's hilarious. Let's see. I do. Anyone expecting an England fight back this afternoon session? I do, Jihan. I'm telling you, but Butler, I love watching Butler bat. I think Butler can put in some work. They still got Ollie Pope, the young boy. Right now is 17 for 43. He's at about a 40 strike rate, and you know how Nick feels about Chris Wokes. So I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Wokes just pulls a hat trick out. I mean, are they going to pull something crazy out like 250? No. 300? No. But I could see them, getting to a buck 50, something respectable. I don't see another, absolute. I don't see a batting collapse. I could be wrong, but I don't see an absolute batting collapse here. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. They really left Broad out probably to get him pissed. Well, they left Broad out, Chatil, because they were planning on playing. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. They were planning on playing Jimmy Anderson, and then Anderson pulled the calf muscle. But if you remember the very first test match after quarantine, right? That was our very first test match we've ever seen on television. It was in India versus my West Indies. They left Broad out there as well because they are doing maintenance. They're not playing both those guys at the same time. Jimmy Anderson can't go 5 test matches. He's older. Come on. Jimmy Anderson is 40 and change or 39, I think. Broad is like 37. Those guys are older, man. So you got to do some maintenance. One more wicket goes early. It's likely a collapse. Interesting. Yeah, if England gets 200, they'll be lucky. Are you going 22nd? We're going to the 22nd one. We're going to the 22nd one because we got to get back in town by the 23rd. Christmas Eve on the 24th. We've got other commitments. Yeah, you know what I mean? And they just need time to they thought they don't rotate them. Leave them both out. No, because Jimmy Anderson was supposed to play, guys. They just weren't expecting him to get a calf strain. But again, those injuries creep up, especially when you're an older bowler or batsman. So, Broad is I think Broad's only 35. He might be 35 or 37, but Jimmy's older. I think Jimmy's 37 or 39, something like that. So they're going to be doing some resting. Plus, England has played more tests than anybody else. You got to say that. A lot of teams have canceled tests. A lot of teams, England has kept to their commitments. They might have canceled one series. I can't remember, but I know that they played more tests than any other team coming out of quarantine. And their players all played in the IPL. Not all, but all the IPL players pulled there. Australia pulled out. A lot of New Zealand players pulled out. There's been a lot of cricket. It's like they wanted to make up for all the time they missed during quarantine, because there's been a lot of cricket over the last year and a half. Just series after series, match after match. I mean, the World Cup was on the heels of the IPL by like literally a week or two. Is insane. Australia will win the second test match. It's a pink ball match. Oh man, that's a day match, right? Day night match. They do the pink ball match. I remember watching that when they dealt with India. I didn't see that, Graham Kelly. I'll have to check that out. One-handed. That's impressive. That is impressive. Broad averages 24 at Gaba. Wokes averages 75. Yeah. That means that's how many runs they're giving up. More shocking, no Kawaj or no Broad or Anderson. For sure, no Kawaj, because Broad and Anderson, again, Anderson was supposed to play. He pulled the calf, so now they're trying to get him right for the next test match. And they schedule this maintenance. They want to make sure that both of them aren't going at the same time. Five test match series, there was no way. But yeah, for me, for sure, it's gonna be no Kawaj. The guy's playing out of his mind right now. There's no justification for that. Please give me an honest answer to my question. My question is, who is best, Jimmy Anderson or Dale Steyn? For me, it's Steyn gun. Ooh, Dale Steyn, the Steyn gun. I'll be honest, I'm not qualified to make that observation. Jimmy Anderson has more wickets, right? Jimmy Anderson is like 600. Dale Steyn's what, like 500 test wickets, something like that. They're both legends. I can only go off of numbers and what I've seen and records. I never watched Dale Steyn play. As a matter of fact, I think he might have been in one game we saw him play. But we're actually seeing Jimmy Anderson, and we've seen Jimmy Anderson play over the last 2 years. So recency bias, I'm gonna say the guy that I'm still watching play, but it's not an objective opinion. Compare Anderson and Steyn's home away record to Steyn hands down. Listen, I get it. The biggest thing with records, Jihan, is that it can be deceiving. You don't know what the team was doing at that time. You don't know what the circumstances were at that time. But I get it. What's up, Anand? Well, glad you joined us today. Joined us today. I'd rather face Anderson than Steyn. Yeah, forget it. I mean, Steyn was a monster for sure. And I honestly believe that, had his career been a little longer, he might have approached the same numbers as a Jimmy Anderson. But, Jimmy Anderson, that's one of the things he's got from longevity. The guy's been playing for a long time. And as we speak, you got Patty Cummins opening up the second innings. Now, this was my concern. Once again, guys, I'm not the expert here. A lot of the commentary that we use, we're learning from other cricket channels like Cricket For Us 2.0, my man Ozjad, following guys like Jerry Kimber, following the Golden Ducks podcast, just trying to learn from them. And one of the concerns, I think Jerry Kimber talked about this, with captains that are bowlers, right? captains that are bowlers are either over bowling themselves or under bowling themselves. And I only say that because even though he's at his 7th right now, 7th over, Stark has 7, Hazelwood has 7, and right now this is the 7th over for Patty Cummins. Do you guys feel like he's over or under bowling himself, or is he just right there where he needs to be? What do you guys see in the chat? Get back in the game. Oh! Shut your mouth, Gabe. Shut your mouth. Okay, it was a question. Oh, Cummins gets Hamid. Hamid was the longest lasting batsman for England. He had seen 75 balls, and first session. Yeah, it's over now. Yeah, England's not making a stand. I mean, right now, this is their stand. It's the last of the Mohicans. Butler needs to come out and bang out, because, come on, Chris Wokes isn't carrying them through the second and third session. So it needs to be a partnership of Ali Pope and Butler into that third session, or they're done. 60 for 5, caught by Smudgy, and Cummings strikes. I was just going to ask, is he underbowling himself, overbowling? Because he gave himself the first over right after the lunch break. So I was like, that's what you are concerned with a guy over or underutilizing himself. And, guys never think that they're tired or they're spent or whatever. Here comes Josh Butler to the crease. But as I speak, there he goes. There goes that man. Let me update this score. Now it's 5 for 60, and we're in the first over. Yeah, my man Jihan. Yeah. Oh man, what's going on, Jihan?
I'm well, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you guys. Show Jihan some love. There we go. Jihan is at the Gaba, and the Brahmi army must be losing their minds right now. Oh man, Jihan said, "Let's get this over quickly."
I wasn't
Jihan, you weren't expecting. I was just talking about. Whoa, wow. Patty Cummins as the captain, that's a concern. He's gonna overbowl himself. So right after lunch, first over he gets, and all of a sudden he takes the wicket. So I better shut my mouth. He knows what he's doing. Jihan at the Gaba. So Jihan, how's the atmosphere over there? Is the Brahmi army allowed? Are the English fans rowdy yet?
They were piping up a little bit when they kept losing wickets over. But they've quietened down a little bit for now. But given an hour or so, I think they'll be getting loud again.
That is awesome, Jihan. Now let me ask you, bro, you are busy schedule. Your schedule's as busy as mine is. So are you going to all the matches? Did you take some extended time off of work, bro?
No, I took a week off for this test match.
Oh, yes, I love it.
Yeah, I planned it from a long time ago. The only thing was, with the COVID, with the border closures and all of that, I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it, but they just opened up the borders from WA just in time. So yeah, I managed to book it, and I'm here now. It's awesome.
That is awesome, bro.
So I just came out to the outside bit because I was probably being a little bit too loud there in the crowd. But yeah, so this is basically the stadium. I don't know if you got. Did you manage to see the ground itself?
Yeah, I got to see the ground when you turned the phone over. That was pretty cool. Seeing the cricket guns. Looks like you got some great seats there too, my man. And
it's just behind the bowler's arm. So I was trying to get here in time for the toss, but I was about 5 minutes late. But I'd settled down. I was waiting for the first over, and yeah, I was literally behind the wicket keeper when Mitchell Stark got a wicket first ball.
Ooh!
And I've got to tell you, I've never seen that before in an Ashes series.
That's what I asked. I asked earlier. Has anybody? People said they can't recall it. Losing your wicket on the first ball of the Ashes series. That's insane.
Yeah, I've been watching the Ashes series since 1997, so that's a good 10 or 11 series, and I don't ever remember that. The one that England won here 10 years ago, there was wicket off the third ball of the series, actually. Andrew Strauss got out of the third ball of the series. But yeah, this was awesome. First ball. And there was a massive eruption from the crowd as soon as that happened. I was kind of in shock. I wasn't expecting it. I was kind of thinking, what did I just witness? Was that actually out?
Like, what am I watching? What am I watching? That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
It's pretty awesome. And so I've got a pretty good seat just on the aisle. And basically, to the right of me, you've got all the Aussie supporters. And then you've got the slightly quieter English supporters to the left of me. And then even further left to them, you've got the Barmy Army.
Ooh! Somebody asked a question in the chat. They said, Barmy Army, is it Termonet playing? Is that True Monet playing? It says Barmy Army, True Monet playing.
True. No, not yet. But give them time.
Give them time.
Give them about an hour or so, and the alcohol will start taking effect, shall we say?
Oh boy. Well, Jihan, man, trumpet. That should say trumpet. Is the Barmy Army trumpet playing? Is what they asked. I was like, yeah, trumpet.
I assume that's what you meant. Yeah, I haven't heard it yet, but I'm sure it will come out at some point. Yeah.
Awesome.
But this is pretty great. It's pretty warm here as well. It's about 70% humidity. I'm just hoping it doesn't rain.
That's what I was gonna say. There was a lot of clouds when the game first started. Jihan, does it look like it's gonna hold up the weather? Because I don't think England makes it through the third session. So if they're out by the third session, Australia can get a chance to bat today and, maybe take a commanding lead early. How does the weather look?
Well, they said that there's going to be storms in the afternoon, but it's actually looking a lot brighter at the moment. It's looking better than it was this morning. So maybe I'll even avoid it. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll see.
Very nice.
But they're saying that there's going to be some scattered rain over the first 3 days, and then Saturday and Sundays are going to be clear mostly. So I think we should get a result. I don't think it's going to have too much of an effect in terms of this match going to a draw. Yeah.
Oh, Steve Burgess says, Jihan, do some stretches, put on the whites, and walk onto the field. Get us some footage, brother. Don't get my man kicked out. Look, he just took time out of the game to come talk to us. CFA Nation shows the stadium. Don't get him kicked out of the game. Don't be that guy, Jihan. Don't run on the field.
Well, no, it's funny you should say that, because there's a couple of things that they've added on as part of this package that I booked. And one of them is the opportunity to go onto the field at the end of the day.
What?
So, yeah. So they've given me like a wristband here. And then the group will all meet up somewhere, and then, they're going to take us onto the field.
That is dope, bro.
So I'll get to see the hallowed grounds of the Gaba. I had to sign a disclaimer waiver form for some reason.
Right.
To be able to do that. I'm not really sure what the idea behind that was, but I'll sign anything if it means that I get to go onto the ground and have a look at the pitch and that.
You know what I mean, dude? Grab a little bit of dirt, put it in your pocket, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man, walk by that pitch. Yeah, if you can send us a picture, or I'm sure they won't let you live stream that, but if you can send us a picture or even a video, it'd be so cool, man. I posted. That's awesome. I'm hoping, because Nick and I are going to get down to the stadium in Florida early as well, that they let us go out. We tried to figure out if there was anything like that VIP package, but nothing at all. It is what it is. It is what it is.
And also, in my hotel room yesterday, I got to go to a function, which was hosted by Glenn McGrath and Ian Healy. Ian Healy, the ex-Australian wicketkeeper.
Right.
And they gave a talk and had a Q&A. And at the end of it, they invited Jai Richardson and Michael Neser to join them. And there was a Q&A with them as well afterwards. Because both of them are part of the squad, we actually had to go outside for that, because they're not allowed to be inside a hotel or something because of the biosecurity rules and that.
Right.
But yeah, it was interesting. We got to ask quite a few questions. It was funny, actually, from speaking to them, it sounded like if Pat Cummins was going to win the toss today, he was going to bowl. That's the impression I got from the way they were talking about it last night.
That's interesting because England did the same thing, and I just don't understand that. In Australia, flatter pitches, you want to bat first and build a big total. I mean, that's at the Gaba. That's what you do. I don't know what we're missing something. Nick and I are missing something.
No, I think honestly, 99.9% of the time that would be the correct thinking. I think the only thing that would have swayed that today is this inclement weather that they've been having the last week or so, where they've had a lot of torrential rain. And it was pretty cloudy this morning. I think they felt that the ball could swing around. But even so, Root took the positive option and batted first. They just weren't good enough early on today. But it's funny. There's at that talk yesterday, it was all fun and games, quite a light-hearted atmosphere. And Ian Healy actually said, so Ian Healy's the ex-Australian wicketkeeper. Right. He was a wicketkeeper before Adam Gilchrist. And he was saying, yeah, basically with England, you've got to get Joe Root and Ben Stokes out. And then he said, they're top three. I mean, even I'd love to bowl at them. I reckon I'd have a chance against them.
Oh, man, listen, and they're not wrong, man. Stokes and Root, and that's pretty much it. You got Butler, but Ali Pope has actually been the best, and he's a young kid. Ali Pope's like 22, 23 years old, man. And he's your longest batsman, 40 strike rate. He is the one carrying this team. Josh Butler just got out here. He's got an 87 strike rate, but Josh Butler has seen 8 balls. You know, Ali Pope has been out here for 50 balls, all right? So he's been out here for quite a few overs. And as I'm watching on the other screen, you know, another dot ball, man, by Patty Cummins. Man, Patty Cummins looks good, guys. Holy cow. I thought the captaincy might get to him. He might overthink it, but he looks good. He looks really good.
You asked that question about whether he might potentially overbowl himself and tire himself out. But the thing is, I think he's not going to get the opportunity to do that because England aren't going to last by that time. Looking at the way things are going.
Right.
Yeah. But you know what? I was thinking they've obviously done a lot of planning in terms of how they're going to bowl to the English batsmen. For example, the first wicket, the wicket off the first ball, I'm pretty sure that was completely planned.
Right.
Because I think they felt that Rory Burns sort of walks across the stumps a little bit, so Stark was kind of target.
Rory Burns always bats that way. And, you know, there's guys that have certain tendencies, right? They struggle. Like, for instance, I'm thinking about KL Rahul. He struggles against the short ball. So as KL Rahul, you got to expect that, right? Because they're going to set you up. I don't know what Rory Burns was thinking. And, I mean, it is what it is, man. Like I said, I'm rooting for Australia. It's just how many more chances are you going to give? And at least I'm glad that Australia didn't go with Joe Burns and they're going with some of the younger guys. I just don't understand leaving off Kawaj, but that's for another conversation, man. But, man, it's so cool that you are live streaming with us right now. We don't want you to miss any more of the game. Maybe at the end, if we make it there, if you get to go on the field, you could hit us up real quick, man. But, Jihan, thanks so much, brother. I appreciate you. Nothing but love from CFA Nation. Nick's going to go nuts when he sees watches the replay later that you came on. Don't run on the field. Unless you got a CFA Nation shirt. If you got a CFA Nation shirt and you throw it on, then run on the field. We got you, brother. We'll pay the bail. We got you covered. Right?
That doesn't include streaking, I assume.
No, that doesn't include streaking.
I think in the session coming up, there's a couple of things possibly to look forward to. Nathan Lyon's stuck on 399 wickets, so he could potentially get his 400. Right. And Cameron Green still hasn't got a wicket in Test cricket either, so he may be able to get his first. So yeah, should be good. I'm looking forward to it.
For sure, brother, for sure. Jihan, thanks again, bro. You get to your seat, enjoy the game. I'll hit you up later, man. And thanks for bringing us into the Gaba. I got to see the Gaba, you know what I'm saying, close up. Nice seats here. And keep giving us those positive vibes, brother. Keep giving us those positive vibes.
Thanks,
All right, CFA Nation. Thank you, brother.
Enjoy the game, everyone.
I'll update the score right now. And that was cool. That was Jihan from inside the Gaba. All right. Long-time friend of the channel. And Jihan, just like Renil, a lot of the guys, Han, been here since day one. And those guys have helped us grow the channel as well. So nothing but love. But Jihan is the most optimistic Australia fan because every series you ask him, no matter what, it's going to be a whitewash, 5-0. And I love it. 5-0. I love it. But yeah, we have a lot of fun. Steve, love this community and this channel community so much. Straight up, it's like you guys are friends and have been so for years. Well, Nick and I, he's actually my mentor. He started when I started teaching. He was assigned to me as my mentor. We have a friendship of close to a decade now. And we are friends. We hang out with each other outside of school. We actually started YouTube doing like a movie review channel for comic books and stuff like that. Then got into Indian cinema through requests. Eventually found cricket through a request as well. And you like our kids play together. We're close friends. That we've got people who we met on the channel, who we go back and forth with on Twitter and Instagram. So it is a pretty close-knit community, man. And we have a lot of fun. Talk a lot of trash and then leave the expert commentary on for the other guys that come on. Like we've had on, of course, Cricket for Us 2.0, Azjad. We've also had on Aaron. Who else? Oh, wow. Man, we've had on a few people actually. Faison from Quality Shot. We've had on Faison from Quality Shot. And really everybody that comes on just helps us learn the game, guys, because that's the hardest thing. Aaron from the Cricket Connoisseur, right? Also the what's it called? The WWE podcast has come on with us, and they've helped us learn the game. Because when you're first learning the game, it's more than just about learning positions and learning the intricacies of the game, strategy, things like that. So it definitely helps, and we've absolutely embraced the game. And yeah, Jamie Alter. How do I forget Jamie Alter? Jamie Alter was amazing. Gave us a lot of time, a lot of love too. On our other channel, as well, Boring Reviews. We've had on a few guests as well. Man, we've got to pay him back the favor because he's was so cool with us and so humble. And we were like, hey, anytime as far as cricket, because a lot of people ask Jabby Quay, if you don't follow him on Twitter. He does a lot of American and Indian content, has a few channels, and his reviews are the best. Authentic dude, so cool. He's part of the community as well. He did a little bit of acting himself and casting for films. But yeah, just the community has been so cool and definitely have embraced us. But yeah, we've had a lot of fun. Been following since day one. Steve, much appreciated. And into sports. Yeah, most of all cricket. Sports is my life. And that's the biggest thing. While we love doing the films and we started YouTube primarily as a movie review channel. And it was funny because the reason Nick started it was because we would either have movies that we wanted to hear a reaction or watch a reaction or hear a review for, and people would just ignore it. It's like, it's a great movie. Why didn't it happen? And sometimes you'll see that we'll do some smaller stuff. Like I did a movie, Brightburn, that didn't get a lot of love from the critics. I thought it was amazing. I don't care. I did it. There was an Indian film that I did, Monsoon Shootout. Didn't get a lot of views. Don't care. I loved it. If I love something, I want to share it with you guys. And that's why we started that channel, because most people only review like the stuff that's cool, that's popping or whatever. I want, like-minded individuals to kind of bounce my ideas off of. But then my whole life has been sports. I was an athlete myself. My kids are athletes right now. I got a son in college, another one in high school going to college. So I've embraced. And as soon as I watched cricket and I understood the game fluently because it's so close to baseball. And again, the best thing about cricket is the same thing about baseball. There's no stopwatch. There's no, running out the clock. Bro, you got to get those wickets. Bottom line, you got to get those wickets, especially, in tests. If you don't get those wickets, you're done. You got to play that 5-day test match. If not, it's going to be a draw. So you've got to go out and beat the other team. And that's what I love so much about cricket. Even the forms like T20, right, which is kind of timed, but it's not a time thing. It's overs, right? You got to go through those 20 overs. You got to get through those 20 overs. And if you don't take those those 10 wickets, people are going to, beat you up all day, right? They're going to score as much as they can. And I think that makes the sport a lot more fun than people just playing. And you see that in American football. It's my biggest gripe about American football. A lot of teams play to the clock, right? Running out time. And that drives me crazy. Steve says, I'm also from Melbourne. Played all my life, been very involved, a lot levels of cricket, AFL. So anything you guys need, please shout out. Absolutely, Steve. We will shoot you a DM on Twitter, follow you, and maybe we could get you on and sometime and talk to you about it. Awesome. Jamie Alter, yes. And if I forgot, how did I forget Jamie Alter? He's awesome. Guy was cool, gave us a lot of time and a lot of knowledge. Like I said, I follow. And I still, to this day, and I'm always cautious. If I remember who said it, I want to give them credit because, again, that was their thought and it was their research. And I don't have the expertise to make those kind of calls. So I try to always give credit where it's at. You know what I mean? But it's so much fun, man. It's so much fun doing what we do. I Am Faded says, to be honest, Gabe, trust me, it's not easy to love and follow sports which is not played in your country. Other than you and Nick, no one's following cricket. USA YouTuber. That's why I love you both. Appreciate it. I Am Faded. And honestly, that's going to change real quick. And Nick and I talked about this, right? There's a American YouTuber called John Boy. John Boy became famous by exposing, he does a lot of American content, baseball predominantly, but he exposed just through watching film the Astros cheating scandal of 2018, I think it was, or 2017. And the whole thing happened. People got fired. A whole bunch of stuff came behind it. If you watch it, follow him on Twitter. He's already done 2 or 3 different, reactions. And he just does small clips of stuff that happens in games. He narrates them. It's funny what he does. He doesn't do full game breakdown. But watching him, and again, the Ashes is up at the casinos here. You could bet it. You see USA's getting ready to play Ireland. USA's paying attention. There's a lot of talk about cricket, T20 going into the Olympics. And when that happens, forget about it. It's going to blow up here. But Nick and I will just be happy that, we were on the front line and that we got a love from CFA Nation and everybody at the beginning. But there'll be much bigger people than us on YouTube following it really slowly. I can guarantee if USA beats Ireland in one of these 5 upcoming matches, either the 2 T20 matches or the 3 ODI matches, people are going to lose their minds. I guarantee you. Ankit, absolutely. Ankit, one of our earliest subscribers here from Boring Reviews and one of your early subscribers, though been silent. This is my first comment. Ankit, I recognize you from Boring Reviews. Thank you for joining. It's still Nick and me here. It's still Nick and I should say Nick and me. Yes, and I am an educator. It happens. But it's still Nick and I. And Nick was here earlier, so I'll let him know. Oh, Nick's actually in the chat. Get out the pooper scooper. Oh, wow, at least Butler's playing T20. Yeah, Butler's not playing. I think he's scoring too quickly, but I guess at this point, you've got to be aggressive. Being non-aggressive hasn't really worked out, and I just don't know what England is doing. And not to bash on England, but guys, but English fans, our England fans that are still in here, USA will win against Ireland 3-0. Vishnu, if that happens, I will lose my mind. I will lose my mind. Oh my gosh, am I going to lose my mind? And listen, I'm so happy that that USA Cricket is playing a nation that has test status. We've been on a roll. They've won 5 or 6 games in a row. T20, ODI, they're crushing people. But now they're stepping up to test status, all right? They qualified for the T20 World Cup already, as a matter of fact, the next one that's coming up. But can they beat these big guys? And we'll see. What format am I seeing? We wanted to go for ODIs, guys, but that's going to be, listen, that's a divorce waiting to happen. The wives weren't having that. So we're going to catch the first game, which is on the 22nd. Fly back on the 23rd because the 24th is Christmas Eve and we got to spend time with the families. You know what I mean? England fans are all asleep. I know my man Ozjai was on earlier. Much love. I appreciate him coming on with me. But I don't understand the strategy. I just don't understand what England was thinking. And even from winning, I just don't know. I don't understand the strategy. And to me, it is what it is at this point. We'll see what happens. Butler, 100 strike rate. Butler's not playing test right now. He's playing T20, ODI. And I guess he figures this. I got to go out and put up as much as I can as far as the score is concerned, because we got to try to put up a respectable total. But it's dangerous to play this way because you could lose your wicket and then you're the last of the Mohicans. Because I know Nick loves him some Chris Wokes. Chris Wokes ain't putting up no century here, cousin. Not going to happen. So, yes, we're watching the first T20 match. USA hasn't qualified for the next year's T20 World Cup yet, Gabe. Another qualifier is there. Oh, so we qualified for the qualifier. Okay. Thanks for correcting me there, Sports. I didn't Sports Sedan. I didn't want to put out any misinformation. But it's just exciting to see what they've done. It's just exciting to see what they've done and to see that we're embracing it now. I really want to make sure that Arab, my man, I'm going, Gabe, I'm going to Florida too, but it's on the 25th. Arab, man, it would have been cool to hang out with you. Arab's been a long-time fan, a long-time subscriber too. The young boys going out there. That's Christmas though, man. Your parents letting you get away with that? Oh, listen, the wife would not let me get away with that. I could get away with a lot, but I couldn't get away from being completely out of the state. She wouldn't have it. Yes, I saw this comment earlier, and Aja was here, Nick was here, so I wanted to give them time, so I didn't have the opportunity to talk about it, Chatil. But Gale's farewell game in Jamaica versus Ireland in January, I will be live streaming that one. Hopefully, it falls on a weekend. If not, the kid might have to use a sick day because it's a universe boss. It's a universe boss. You got to show him that kind of respect. I'm a West Indies fan. For those of you that don't know, the uninitiated, I was born in the Caribbean, and even though my side of the Caribbean plays baseball, I rock with the West Indies. So it's sad, but nobody beats Father Time, guys. Nobody. You know what I'm saying? It's undefeated. Time's undefeated. So everyone is going to find themselves at some point retiring from the game. You know what I mean? And it's a sad day when they retire, but a lot of guys have been retiring lately. Man, we just saw that the alien, right? Wow. How am I? Blasphemer, Gabe. Blasphemer. Help me out. South African wicketkeeper who just retired. Wow. Now I look like a really amateur cricket fan here. Wow. Tip of my tongue. AB de Villiers. Thank you. AB de Villiers just retired, right? Before we saw that, I mean, not Pollard. I'm sorry. The universe, not that the universe boss. DJ Bravo retired. Like, guys are retired. They get older, guys. Listen, I'm 41, right? I still feel injuries from when I was playing sports. Okay, I have a few injuries: knee injury, shoulder injury, back injury, and it hurts now. And I'm 41 and I don't play a professional sports. I could go work at the school for 7-8 hours, then go to my limo job, driving limo, standing at the airport. And by the end of the day, bro, I'm in so much pain. I got to come and pop 2 Advil and put on a icy hot back patch. So I can only imagine what these guys in their late 30s and 40s who are competing and grinding, I tip my hat off. What MS Dhoni is doing right now at his age is insane to me. Is insane. I want to see the guy play as long as he can. Okay, as long as he can. As long as he's winning championships, who cares? Because it's inspiring for the older guys to say, this guy's still out there saying, you know what? I still got some left in the tank. You know what I mean? I am. You got to love it. You got to love it. What is the most superstition? What is the most superstitious in Australian cricket? Ooh, I don't know that, and I will not Google it. Most superstitious? Steve, that is a good one. I do not know. I mean, there's superstition in all sports. All athletes are superstitious. It's ridiculous, man. But I do not know. I couldn't even think about it. Why is Broad not playing? Because he wasn't scheduled to play. Because England, and I mentioned this earlier, since we've been watching cricket, live cricket, our very first match right, was England versus the West Indies. West Indies was touring England. And when did the fifth wicket fell? It just fell about maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. Right off the lunch break, fourth ball, Patty Cummins took the scalp of Hamid, and it was all she wrote. But yeah. Superstitious. I can't even think of it. I can't even think about the superstitions right there, and that is tough. That is tough. You're gonna have to let me know. I couldn't. I was thinking, what is a superstitious? Maybe the number. Ooh, what number is superstitious? 13. 13 is superstitious for everybody, I'm assuming. I think you said you a boxer. I was. Yes, I was. Tough sport during the living. My side of the Caribbean, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, boxers and baseball players come out of there. And I played baseball in high school. Weren't very good. All right. So stuck to boxing. I did both growing up. And then fought amateur, came out to Vegas. That's what brought me out of Vegas from New York, where I grew up. Fought here for a couple years. I ended up getting injured in the ring. Rehab, went back. Then I got injured in a car accident. And it was over. But yeah. And my wife told me, listen, you're not putting my boys in the ring. And happy wife, happy life. You know what I'm saying? So the number 13, Friday the 13th is the most superstitious thing in Australia. Nobody plays Friday the 13th. Superstitious number, number 13. Butler's playing ODI. Yeah, Butler's playing at 100 strike rate. He is not slowing down. He is not slowing down. Nick says, Gabe and the chat, guess the Christmas films from the line. Why do we all have to have all these kids? I love Christmas movie. Why do we all have to have all these kids? Interesting. It's not Christmas Vacation. All these kids. It'd be a Home Alone. Home Alone. It's got to be Home Alone. Correct me if I'm wrong. 32 on 36. Great partnership by England. And that's why I said, I don't think that England was going to fold. Arab says, I've gotten no free time since high school started. Just assignment after assignment. Arab, it's important, brother. It's important. And as educators, Nick and I will take you dropping in every once in a while. On a weekend, shoot us a DM or a tweet, whatever. But focus on school, my man. It's important. 4 years of high school is going to determine the next 40 years of your life. You know what I mean? So take it seriously, man. Take it seriously. Yep. Partnership, 32 partnership. Is this the longest partnership, as a matter of fact, that we've had? And look, I mean, Josh Butler's only been on for 28 balls, but 100 strike rate, basically 92 strike rate and 26 on 28. That's what Josh Butler does. Hazelwood currently bowling, and again, they needed to establish a partnership to stop losing wickets. But this is it. They need to. If Butler falls, they don't make it out of the second session. They don't make it to the third session. So hopefully this aggressive play won't bite Butler back, because I'm trying to stream. I don't want the thing to end early, but we'll see what happens. 63 is a holy number. England's superstitious number, Gabe. Oh, man. Somebody says 87 in the chat. I don't know why 87 would be superstitious. I don't know. In America, the only superstitious number is 13, or of course, 66. And not nobody would watch it. Would wear that number. Ireland became big after they defeated teams like England, Pakistan, and Pakistan in the World Cup. U.S. need to do the same. One of the biggest associate nations achievement is Kenya reaching semifinal 2003 World Cup. You can believe that. Yeah, and I'm telling you, I am hoping that hoping beyond hope that USA could step up. All right, I got a lot of faith in my boys. Aaron Jones, hit him up. Aaron Jones been leading the boys lately, and they've been on a tear. So hopefully they can keep that good form. Nick says, nope, not Home Alone. What's another Christmas movie? It wouldn't be Christmas Vacation, not Home Alone. What's another Christmas movie? Is it the Santa Claus? The Santa Claus? It's silly, but it's 13 from the 100, and something. It is said something always happens. Interesting. So 87 is because it's 13 away from 100. Got it. 87 is 13 away from 100. So that's why. Interesting. Somebody is saying National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Nick will let us know. But USA will qualify for the 2024 World Cup because USA is the host nation with West Indies and T20. So we'll be there, but I want to earn it. But yeah, that's the next trip the wife doesn't even know about. We going to that, cousin. I don't think Nick even knows. I might have mentioned it to Nick already. I'll kidnap him. Nah, it's not going to take a lot of convincing. Like, bro, 2024 World Cup, we there, cousin. Nick's waiting to come on the stream until Wokes comes out. His man crush Wokes. Nick's actually like doing a church thing, guys. He's busy. He's just in and out. The Ashes is. I was at school and I never do this. And I'm at school and we got tutoring after school, so I set the kids up or whatever. I took a bathroom break because I just could not resist, and that's when I jumped in Ozjot stream and I saw that. Oh man, a wicket had fallen already. Like, we were so excited for this. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Nope. Nick says it's a wonderful life. So 34 overs in the books. And man, Josh Butler in 31 balls is already the leading scorer for England. Josh Butler, man, 93 strike rate. So his strike rate doubles anyone who scored more than 6. David Milan had a 66 strike rate, but that's because he only scored 6 runs and he was out on 9 balls. Let's just be real. All right. But Josh Butler holding court, and I enjoy watching Josh Butler bat. I said a long time ago, I believe he's a much better player than Johnny Bairstow as far as the wicketkeeper discussion goes for England. I just don't know why they wouldn't bat him higher. I guess because this is it. He's the last of the Mohicans, right? England's got to do something with that top order. Even Hamid, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But England's got to do something with that top order. You know, even Milan. All right, I'm going to eat crow right now. I give Rory Burns a lot of flack. Nick and I have been calling for Milan. We've been calling for DeWitt Milan. He has not impressed. So you get your opportunity and don't do what you're supposed to do. I mean, come on. You got to. And Joe Root, what, is the guy supposed to score a century every single time he plays? Nobody can criticize Joe Root. He's been on a kind of tear that's insane. I wouldn't even criticize Joe Root, and I love doing it. I love criticizing anybody. So, Joe Root can't do it all the time. Not by himself. He needs help. And Butler, nope, that's going down leg. No run on that one. But, man, Mitchell Stark looks good. Are they going to challenge that? Oh, wow, they challenged it. What do you guys think? That didn't look. This might be a wasted challenge. Why waste the challenge? I get it. If you take Butler out, Butler's hot. But, oh, man. Look at Nick. You watch your mouth when you talk to Arab. That's the young boy. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. You're right. What do you guys think? Not out? I thought so. Why did they challenge it? That was going down leg side, guys. That's high. That's a bad challenge. Why? You may need that challenge. I know that, right now Australia is well in command of this game, but you just cannot throw. I knew that wasn't out right away. Like, what? I couldn't believe they challenged it. Wow. All right. Well, who knows? Maybe they get lucky, right? Steve, just simply because you could use it later, maybe on a more clear call. I just thought it was clear that it wasn't out, but I don't know. Maybe it looked closer on the field, right? We get the benefit of watching it on a high definition screen, and a cameraman following the angles. Oh no, that's not out. They got to make a split second decision. So I get it. It's harder for them. Did I watch Money Heist? No, that is way down on the list. We've got so much stuff we have to watch and haven't been able to get to. You know, one of the next things we're going to be doing is watching Sasha and a Billion Dreams, and that's been a long time coming. Reviewing that on Born Reviews, putting that out. Like, honestly, we are so busy, especially right now with cricket and school. We haven't. Oh, Dion says the Brahmi Army's getting loud now. He's like, nah. Alex Carey heard it hit Butler's hip, though it was a catch off his bat. Thought it was a catch off his bat. Got it. This is the same game, Gaba, where India beat Australia after 3 decades, but it's not everyone else's cup of tea. Yeah, no, I mean, that was amazing what India did, and I think that it really goes to show how deep they are. Not just that India breached the Gaba, but it wasn't India, all right? It wasn't the big names that you think. It wasn't the guys. It was a Pant who's now Pant, but yeah, you know what I mean? It's that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying that India is literally murderer's row, because at any time, forget about just the guys on their lineup, the guys on their bench can come up and kill you, and that's one of the tough things. So I got to do some research on this, okay? I've got to do some research on this. Many dismissals are caused on 87, a bad omen. It's like the nervous 50s when you're in the 40s, right? 48, 49, or nervous 90s, right? So for Aussies, I get it. 87, you're 13 away from the century, right? So, and then 63 not out, the last score, Phil Hughes, he'll always be. And he was actually 63 retired, they clarified to us, and then they went back and changed it to 63 not out, Gaming Craft. So that is cool that they showed him that respect, and I really do. You know, we just recently did a review. Somebody asked us to react to their video. I think it's their a friend or family member. They had a beautiful tribute to him. Check it out on our channel, Boring Reviews. Check out their channel. You know, I saw that a couple people joined their channel and their view count went really high on the video. Not high, but you know, it was obviously a labor of love for them. But yeah, that you know, Phil Hughes unfortunately passed, so I could see why 63 is a bad number for them. Squid Game. I saw Squid Game in 2 days. Over the Thanksgiving break, I just had to get it in. 2 days. I saw Squid Game. I binged that thing. I was up late too, mad at myself, but it was amazing. It was one that lets Marcus get his way. He thinks everything is out. That's funny. What bowler? Arab says, me too. I saw it over the Thanksgiving break. 2 days. Squid Game's amazing. What bowler challenge? I mean, appeals every ball? Let me know in the chat right now. For me personally, it's got to be Siraj. It's got to be Lord Siraj from India. He appeals everything. Nick loves it. What bowler? I mean, appeals absolutely everything. What do you guys think? They're saying it's not the same Gaba this time of year. Worn out pitch from too much AFL due to COVID. Stuart Broad appeals everything. Stuart Broad does appeal a lot. Siraj and Broad. Wow, everybody's like Siraj and Broad for sure. Oh, that's hilarious. Evan said 2 days as well. That's funny. To gain ODI status, the team must beat 2 test playing nations. To get test status, team must beat 5 test playing nations. Ireland is a test playing nation. Games are important. Cricket for Americans. Yes, they are. And we are so excited. I'm telling you. Hopefully we can gain that test status in the next, 5 years. I'm not going to get crazy 4 or 5 years here, but we'll be following their trajectory all the way. So Gaurav got warned by the umpire for appealing too much in the 1980s. And I guess that would irk umpires if you did it all the time. Back in the day, it was Shane Warren. Shane Warren would appeal everything. Doesn't surprise me. Siraj would review a wide ball if given the chance. You guys are ridiculous. I love it. Man, so England is on the heels of 100. Now here, you got 5 wickets in hand, guys. If you get 100, 5 wickets in hand, it just takes that pressure off of you that at least we got 100. Now let's try to go to the next milestone, 150. And if maybe you can get 200, even though you're really shooting for about 300-400, on these Australian pitches, right? But if you can shoot for at least 200, that is somewhat realistic, and you feel like, okay, we can get there. We can get there. But man, I mean, Josh Butler has come in. He is the leading scorer, 30 runs on 41 balls, and you've got to be impressed with what the guy has done. Mitchell Stark, another dot ball there. Dot City. Mitchell Stark bowling well, and when the guy is healthy, I mean, he's probably Australia's number 2, even ahead of Josh Hazelwood. And I love me some Hazelwood, CSK fan here, so I love me some Hazelwood. But I think Mitchell Stark is for sure right behind Patty Cummins once he's healthy. Thing is that the guy's not always healthy. And I'm going to go ahead and update the score. 98 on 5. Broad never thinks he's out. He is out while batting. Laugh out loud. If he could waste 100 reviews on a straight plum. That's hilarious. Like, it's plum and he's still trying to review it. Well, KFC's not very good here in the States, so McDonald's. But McDonald's has gotten trash. Look at my son. My son just came in the room and looked at me like he's crazy. KFC is not good, Trey.
Oh, stop. Their mac and cheese is so good.
Bro, come
Their
on.
mac and cheese is so good.
Popeyes, 100%.
No,
I'd rather have
okay.
Popeyes chicken.
Popeyes biscuits are way
Yeah,
better.
that's my teenager, the one I told you guys about. He's been on the channel a few times, comes in the room right away, looked at me when I said KFC is not very good here in the States. Teenagers think everything is good. So 99 for 5, or 99 with 5 losses. And they are literally 1 run away. They're here in the 37th over. Can they get to 100? Can they cross that century, that milestone, and say to themselves, okay, we feel a little bit better about this. Siraj also reviewed his maiden boundary. That is hilarious. Russell scored 90 and 32 balls in T20 League final last week. Yeah, Russell's a savage. He is an absolute savage, especially in limited formats. And not more than 2 lose wickets a session. So they'll just build a partnership. I'm thinking that's what they're trying to establish here. Today just straight up started celebrating for the LBW even before it was given. It was out though, but his confidence is something else. I love Jadeja. Man, he's the man. Just swings Excalibur every time. And then sometimes you forget the guy's a batsman because sometimes India doesn't need him. He'll just go and take wickets, and sometimes he makes amazing. He is the best all-rounder in the world. Okay, with the bat, I still think it's Ben Stokes. As far as bowling, I think that Jason Holder is a better bowler than both of them. But all-rounder, I mean, nobody feels like Jadeja. Plus, he can bowl and he can bat. The guy's a savage, man. Russell Stark signed with the Melbourne Stars. Okay. Oh, Russell. Oh. Yeah, KFC is delicious in India, but crappy in America. Test batting is to build partnerships. You can't do it by yourself. No, for sure. And there goes the century. And guys, we talked about it. Ali Pope, the youngster, building this partnership, gets the run that gets them the century. And guys, listen, I know he's 23, but talking about building partnerships, this is where I'm going to get crushed in the comments. Don't care. Shouldn't Ali Pope be considered to open? Just saying. Couldn't Ali Pope be considered to open? If Rory Burns fails again, should they consider just throwing Ali? And I get it. He's a young guy, 23 years old. But should he be considered to open? At least move up in the order. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think? Oh, I love me Jason Holder. Jason Holder to me, yeah, absolutely. Top 3. You know what I'm saying? Along with Jadeja and Ben Stokes. He's a big guy, so it's hard for him to field, even though he actually fields the position pretty well. But as far as a bowler's concerned, he's better than both Jadeja and Ben Stokes. Ben Stokes with the bat is a savage, though. So they all have their strengths, but those are the three best all-rounders in the world. Let me know in the chat, though, because I don't have Rory Burns is England's second highest run scorer in 2021, but he's not consistent. Right? If you look at his Rory Burns average, right, he'll have big games here and there, but we're talking about what, especially in tests, establishing partnerships, right? And if you go out and have a huge total, but then go out for 10, 20, 15 ducks, you know, you're not establishing partnerships, and you want consistency. You want guys that can face that new ball. He averages, 30 runs as an opener in tests, and he's had 29 test matches, so it's not like he hasn't been there for a while. So again, you know, you've got to do something different if you're England, right? You can't keep going back to the well. So my question is, like, what do you do? What do you do? Or at least, fine, keep Burns opening. But doesn't Ali Pope deserve a promotion in the lineup? Let me know in the chat. There goes a 4 by Butler. Butler is not playing. Butler has come. I mean, I feel like Butler is the one English batsman that is not intimidated, has come out to bat. And I get it. He's not facing a new ball. The pitch is a little bit more worn. Those guys had to see a new ball early. But still, he looks like he came to play. He came with intent. And that, wow, I mean, look, he absolutely destroyed that from Nathan Lyon there. Wow. What a beautiful drive there. Was that the leg side? Yep, that's to the leg side. Yeah, it takes guts to open. Gabe, you can't drop one of the few batsmen who is scoring runs. I get it. Maybe it's because every time we watch England, for whatever reason, maybe we're the curse, he fails. You know what I'm saying? Rory Burns fails. I've not yet to see him have a good match. Now, granted, I don't watch every England match. It's hard to. And recency bias is tough, right? But it seems like every time we watch England, he fails. And as an opener, you cannot do that. Broad should open. Stop it. Broad doesn't know how to hold a bat. Stop it. But, you know, again, obviously, you guys know what you're talking about. So I will take your word for it. I mean, in 2021, so far this year, in test 16 games, 497 runs. So he's averaging 29. So again, under 30. And again, that was with a couple, he had a century in one of them, because I remember seeing that score, and I'm like, well, how come the guy doesn't put up runs when me and Nick watch him, right? Maybe we're the bad luck. So yeah, here's the last, let me see. Is it the live scores right here? Trying to see. So hard because you go online and try to find the stats like game by game. And it's tough because I remember he put up a $160. So if you've only scored 600 and he did a $160 in one game, or $140, whatever it was, again, it's the distribution, the consistency. You just can't be going down for ducks or going down for less than 20 or 30 when you're an opening batsman. You've got to establish partnerships and eat up that new ball so it doesn't decimate the middle order. Mitchell Stark back now. This is something else I'm going to question, because I'm always concerned here. You know, you've got Mitchell Stark. If you take another wicket, right, this is 10th over, and maybe I'm babying him, but we know how oft injured Mitchell Stark is. Would you start bowling more Nathan Lyon and Cameron Green if you take the wicket, let's say, of Rory Burns, and just save those bullets from Mitchell Stark? Not because he's bowling poorly, because his economy is under 3, but just because the guy is always an injury risk and you don't want him to get hurt. Last good score was 60. Oh, I thought it was a $160. So it was 60, not 160. So, okay, 60. It was 60. Boomer should also open. He isn't performing because he's batting too low. No, Boomer. Actually, you know what? I've actually seen Boomer bat better than some openers, and I get it. He's facing the tail end sometimes. They're just trying to clean up wickets or whatnot. He can play reckless, but man, he puts in work. Who, me? Oh, yeah, I got 5 kids, man. My oldest is in college. J-Man, he runs track at Salem University. Trey plays football and baseball actually for his high school. He's getting ready to go to college. We got a coach actually going to come meet us tomorrow. We got a couple offers on the table for him. And then my daughter, Alea, she's younger. She's only 15. Aiden, who's 12, and Alex, who's 10. So I've got a full house over here. Guess who will be accompanying Burns if Hamid gets injured? The legend, Sibley, with that Sibley pace. The good thing about Sibley, though, is that Sibley may not put up a big score, but he's going to eat up a lot of deliveries. So your middle order guys aren't going to be, on a fresh pitch with the ball swinging and seaming, and the middle order guys aren't going to have to face that new ball. So he may not score a lot, but Sibley does have his uses. He does have his uses. It's funny. Trey's been trying to get a game out there. We're gonna go play because we were gonna make a video, Nick and I. And same thing. Trey's actually streamed some games with us before in the summer when he didn't have school, whatnot. My youngest kid couldn't matter. Alex does not like sports whatsoever. He doesn't care. My daughter, same thing. She's in a dance. She doesn't really pay attention to sports that much. And Aiden watches it with us from time to time. But my wife will sit and watch games with us. But it's just like same thing with her. Baseball, she can't stand it. And her kids play baseball. And the game just is so long. She doesn't like the length of it, how long it takes. Same thing with cricket. She'll watch T20, but Test, yeah, she's not watching Test. Drinks breaks. But drinks on the field right now. Here come the drinks. 108 for 5. 39 overs, guys. Almost 40 in the books. 40 in the books. Listen, if you're an England fan, you got to say this. At least it wasn't some crazy 36 all out or 69 all out or 80. These guys are at $108. It could have been ugly early, but some guys have battled. I get it. Other guys did not show up, but some guys have battled, namely the young boy, Ali Pope. And I said I was rooting for Ali Pope. I wanted to see him do good things, give him a chance. There's something about his moxie. You know what I mean? I like the cut of his jib. And Nick and I are big Ali Pope fans. And, of course, Butler. Nick is waiting for Wilkes to get on. I know he is. He loves him some Wilkes. But, England weren't going to lie down either. This is the Ashes, man. You're going to have to come and take it. We're not giving it to you. So I like to see that England has this fight. I really do. Wow. It says, Gabe, you're lucky to have 5 kids. In India, you don't get any government jobs if you have more than 2 kids. That's crazy. Here in America, it's I work for the government and they don't really care how many kids you got. You know what I mean? Most people actually don't want to work for the government because of the bureaucracy, and pay is better in the private sector. But Rapul says, how dare you talk about 36 all out? Sorry, Rapul, but I'm saying at least it's not that, right? And even with that was the same. You got to take the good with the bad. And that's what I'm saying. You got to be impressed with what India did, because they went from 36 all out to winning a test series in Australia, all right? Breaching the Gaba. Are you kidding me? So that's where you're just like, look, you know what I mean? Tip your hat. You know what I mean? Tip your hat. But everybody shows up to play. And that's what you want to see. You want to see a good match. What's up? What's going on? AJ, good morning to you, my friend. Good morning to you, my friend. Sibley style doesn't work fairly well in Australia because it's easier to score once the ball gets old. But the problem is that he has like 2 shots that he can play. No, I get it, but his defense is really, really good. His defense is really, really good. But my apologies there, Vipo. I shall not mention it again. I think I saw this where it says, I wonder if batsmen would retire if they had to pee. Didn't somebody have to? I think it might have been in the series, The Test. Somebody had to pee and use the bathroom or something like that. Their drinks breaks just ran up to go to the bathroom because it'll happen, right? Like the cut of the jib. How is that a British saying? Like the cut of the jib. Who have I heard say that? Somebody said it and it just kind of stuck. AJ said that's a lot. Unbelievable. Okay. We have it very different here in Australia. I have many Indian friends in Melbourne and in father's home of Meritus. Yeah, the umpires too, right? Do the umpires get a break? That is interesting. So Nathan Lyon, first ball, and right away, dot ball. Ali Pope, defends well, hits his pads. And I mean, Nathan Lyon will come in and almost tempt you to try to take a big shot and get yourself out. And Ali Pope, for a young guy, has showed discipline. This is what he needs to do. Next ball, Ali Pope, dot ball again. See, this is a thing. In tests, you have to have patience because dot after dot, you just get to the point where you're like, okay, you just want to accelerate. You want to score, take a shot when it's not there. You can get yourself out. And, Ali Pope tries to take a shot there, but, yep, misses it. Man, 4 balls in so far, not a run. And I mean, this builds pressure, right? All these dots build pressure, and this is where Nathan Lyons has his value. Some might say he hasn't affected this game, right? Because he hasn't taken a wicket. But look at that economy rate. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 17 runs. Dude, 243 strike rate. This is where you build pressure. Maiden over there for Nathan Lyon. And man, you got to give that's where you need a spinner. Even if you're in Australia, you need a spinner that can depress that scoring. AJ, thanks for stopping in, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in. Head out to work. Much appreciated. Nathan Lyon, Shane Warne was talking about how much he likes the Gaba because of this overspin and bounce and not because of this side spin. Lyon is the same. Interesting. England have improved so much in white ball formats 2015 World Cup, but they don't have quality test batsmen and quality spinners in tests after 2015 World Cup. Yeah, their spinners have really, it's hurt them. And, having watched Jared Kimber's video, I think one of the problems is that England doesn't stick with those young spinners because in their home conditions, they get bumped. They get pumped, right? But you've got to play those guys because they need the reps. They need to bowl. And that's the only way to get better. And you're going to need them when you go to subcontinent pitches, when you go to India, when you go to Australia, right? And play here at the Gaba. So it's a fine line between developing a team that could play at home, but you also need a team that could play on the road, obviously. What's up, Roland? My man. Hi, Gabe. It would have been a different result at the Gaba against India had they started with the Gaba test like they usually do. That's interesting. Why didn't they start with the Gaba test? That is really interesting. 36 all out isn't the worst score. New Zealand was 24 all out against England when they toured here in 1955. Oh, yeah. But to go from that to then, what they did, that's what I'm saying. But I hear you guys. Tickets are not set here in it, even though they released on the 16th, one day earlier than in the States. Ooh, interesting. I'm assuming that's some Spider-Man talk. Mitchell Stark. Oh, look at that drive, guys. Butler pumps Stark for 4. And Butler, man, he's just raking. He is just raking. Or is that square leg that he pushed that to? All right, next ball here by Mitchell Stark. And gone. Oh, now it's done. Oh, England. The last of the Mohicans. Here comes Nick's boy, because Mitchell Stark is a savage. Mitchell Stark just took out Butler. And I said, if you keep batting aggressive, it happened right after he hit a 4. He had just pumped, Butler had just pumped Mitchell Stark for a 4. And again, when you're aggressive that way, stuff happens. And Stark breaks through, caught by Carey, the wicketkeeper there. And yeah, it's done. It's done. Great ball there. Close enough to the stumps, and man, it's Mitchell Stark. Again, I was just saying, should they rest him? He still looks good, doesn't he? He still looks good. But 11 overs, he's in the middle of his 11th over, 2 maiden wickets, 32 runs, 2 wickets. This is it. I would not bowl him after this. You don't need to. Save him. This is where Patty Cummins' captaincy is going to come into question, right? You don't need Mitchell Stark. He just took the biggest wicket left, which was Butler. Now, you do it yourself along with Hazelwood. Of course, mix up some Nathan Lyon in there, because you got 4 wickets down, and these guys aren't going to get out of the third session. All right? You can get them out without Mitchell Stark. You have to try and preserve this guy. Wow, he's so good. Mitchell Stark. Oh, Mitchell Stark. I am way behind. Sorry about that, guys. That's the breakthrough they needed. Now time to bounce out the tail. Chin music coming. Jihan, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, sweet chin music coming. And for those of you who don't know, Shawn Michaels, WWF at the time, champion. Oh, yes, rolling the baggy green. It was a gift. It was a gift. They say done and dusted. And I know I'm playing cautious, guys. I know, Australia fans. But you know that Mitchell Stark, I don't think this is the healthiest I've seen him play. And he's been good the last 2 or 3 months, going back to watching him in the T20, right? The World Cup. He needs to be rested. That's it. They don't need him. That's the breakthrough. Jihan's absolutely right. Thank you, Dr. Jihan, for the thank you very much for the super chat while he's at the game. But if that's the case, that's it. That's it. We don't need him. We don't need him now. Let the guy rest. He's done his job. There's still 4 test matches to play. And people are saying I'm behind. Our stream is always behind. Our stream is always behind. Let me try to refresh my stream. Oh, that's so frustrating. All right. So Stark to Wokes right now. I'm on the second ball. So far, 2 dot balls. And Wokes just needs to survive. Nick will lose his mind if he gets out on a duck. And no, he goes for it. And he gets himself 2 runs. 2 runs. What is that? Long on, long off. Offside, onside. Man, England is just playing aggressive. I guess the mentality is, look, if we just keep playing defensive, we're going to get ourselves out. We might as well put up the big total. I did not even expect Wokes. Oh, I know Wokes could bat. He is a Nick favorite. Captain England is here, but I was just surprised that he's literally just first, not first ball, third ball he sees, he's taking a big shot. Like, man, that's nuts. That's very, very ballsy. I love it. Pat Cummins says, captain, I think is great choice. Why not Smith or Warner? Well, I think they wouldn't give it back to Smith or Warner because they were both captain and vice captain during the South Africa issue, right? Was it Johannesburg or Cape? It was one of those two. So I don't think that, even though they made Smudge vice captain, my whole thing is I don't want Mitchell Stark to get hurt, and you've done your job, so just rest him. Now, I'm probably just being too cautious, but that's me. What if Stark asked to bowl more so he can get the workload done due to time off? Would it do good in the long term? Yeah, I mean, he still needs to build his innings. I'm not saying he's Mr. Glass, right? Only give him 8 innings. I get it. In tests, you've got to be able to go 20 innings, 30 innings. That's one of the knocks on Archer, right? They have to protect him because Archer doesn't go many innings. But in this game, at what we're at right now, you don't need 20 innings out of this guy. You just don't. Don Antonio, what up, brother? Good night, Gabe. Just came to say hello before I go to bed. My 2 hated teams, but here for us. Where's Nick? Nick is out. He has a prior church engagement. He was on earlier with us, but trust me, my man was here earlier and he was hating the score because he's rooting for England in this one. Will England make 130? You know what? It depends on Wokes. If either Wokes or Ali Pope falls, I doubt it. But we'll see. I mean, that's got to be the goal for them, right? 130, 140, 150. But that's a good question, Dr. Jihan. Will they make 130? Ali Pope takes on Nathan Lyons. Oof. Gets 2 runs on that. Okay. Man, I just like this kid's moxie. I really like this kid's moxie. Next, no run on that. Just dot there. Next ball. Come on. Another dot ball there. And Nathan Lyon, I mean, he's only given up 2 runs this over, man. This guy's a savage. Hasn't taken wickets, but this is what he's doing. He's putting guys in position where now they got to attack the Pacers, and they got themselves out. And Ali Pope gets himself a run, so he'll be able to rotate strike and farm the strike, which he wants to do because, again, you know, Wokes just came on. He's a fresh batter, can't read the pitch yet. So really smart batting there by Ali Pope. Again, that's just smart, right? The guy is fresh. Let him settle in. I've been here the longest. Let me rotate the strike. I really like this kid. How good is this? First day of annual leave. First day of Ashes, Australia in front. Oh, I love it. I love it. The rants. Oh, okay, I figured that's what you would try to say, but I was like, oh, okay. I imagine it's hard to get a ball out of the pitcher's hand as it is it is bowlers. They just want to do what they do. Oh, I get it. And that's where, as a captain, you got to take it from them. You got to protect them from themselves. You really do. Yeah. As an athlete, you always want the ball in your hands. Can't see any on the field, but the Brahmi Army is already causing trouble. Oh, boy. I'm assuming it's getting loud there. Yep, agreed. Pope does look good, guys. Pope, younger Ian Bell look similar. Better question is, will England make it to 50 overs? Will England make it to 50 overs? That is a good question as well. I'd like to see Pope get 50. I really would. Again, it'd do a lot for his confidence and establishing him on this team. I would like to see Nathan Lyon get his 400th wicket. That's what I'm saying. You don't right now. You do not need Mitchell Stark. Do not bowl him again. Yeah, but Vishnu, remember Mitchell Stark also played recently in their last T20 match, right? Come on, no spamming. In the last T20 match. So, you know, again, and even if he hadn't, it's just a guy that's so often injured but can be so good. Once you got a game in hand, don't risk it. Just don't risk it. I guess I gotta look up a picture of Ian Bell because they're saying Ali Pope is Ian Bell's love child. That might be an old timers question, Gabe. Yeah, I don't know. Already blocked, Harris. Harsh. Already blocked. You know. Woke's struggling here. Against Mitchell Stark. Mitchell Stark, they put him back out there. 3 dot balls in a row. Wokes can't even touch him, guys. And I get it. He's new on the crease. It's hard for him to read it. But this is why Ali Pope did what he did to farm that strike. But Wokes can't even get a run. And nope. Last ball of the over is also a doubt. They scored 1 run in that over. 1 run. Oh, Mitchell Stark. While I'm over here trying to ask you to sit down because I don't want you to get hurt, you're just delivering a beaut. 1 run. And again, it was Pope who scored because Wokes couldn't touch him. He saw, 5 dot balls in a row? Holy cow. Or 4? Oh, boy. Steve says, watching Burns wicket, his balance is no good. Should not be opener or test cricketer. Steve, I've been saying it. People go, oh, well, he scores. He's okay. He's okay. He's not, you know what I mean? Again, in my opinion, he's not a dominant opener. And I'm just saying, you know, I've criticized him, but I guess England has trouble finding an opener. So they've had issues. I think Dom Sibley has opened for them as well in the past, but it's something that they have to rectify. Definitely something that they got to fix. But, you know, he averages 30 as a test opener. Not very good. Not very good. Just saying. You know, Cameron Green. This is the kid that, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 runs. That's what I'm saying. Go to Cameron Green, rest Mitchell Stark. This is the kid they want to make an all-rounder. He is their all-rounder. Cameron Green he's a big boy too. Big boy. I think he's like 20, 22, 21. He's a baby. He got Similac on his breath. It's only like his 5th test match, right? And I saw his debut. I remember watching his debut. I don't remember if it was with Azjad or Nick, but they talked about how, you know, they want this kid to be, you know, the Jason Holder for Australia, or even the Ben Stokes, because he's an all-rounder and he can bang with the stick. He can score some runs. I never said he was Ben Stokes. That's what they want him to be. And you know, it's one of those things, man. Oh, first ball. Yep. No. Wow. First ball. Green gets his maiden wicket. His maiden test wicket. He gets it at the Gaba. Congratulations. I was just going to say the kid's only been in like 5 test matches, and he gets his maiden test wicket, and it's Ali Pope, the most consistent batsman, the hardest batter to get out for Australia, the guy nobody else has been able to get out. He gets him out with a short ball too. And you know what? The taller dudes like that can that's one of the best things that Jason Holder does as well. So you can see the comparisons there. It was a great catch. Who was that? Who? Oh, that's Hazelwood. Man, Hazelwood, we don't give him a credit as an athlete. But there goes. I mean, that's it. That's the game. 7 wickets down. They're not making it to the third session. You know, like you said, will they even make it to 50 overs? Doubt it. And now we got Ollie Robinson. You know, come on. He's not a proper batsman. And Wokes has got to try and carry this thing. First ball to Wokes from Green. Dot ball there. Dot ball. Man, maiden wicket for the kid. And I really like this kid, Cameron Green. I feel good about his future. And Australia, that's the one thing they've been lacking, right? A proper all-rounder. Oh, Nick's going to like that. Wokes, big shot there. Gets 4 runs. Little boundary there, as Azjai would do. To long off. And, you know, right now, I would bat Cameron Green to these tailenders, try to get his confidence up, get him some more experience. It's 1-22 for 7. How much more damage can it do? Look at that. Next ball is a dot ball, so the kid knows what he's doing. Rest Stark for that second innings if needed. I'm telling you guys, it's, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I've heard a lot of good things. And when I watch this kid, this is his first wicket, obviously, but he's bowled in a few games. He hasn't been pumped, right? This is his maiden test wicket, and he can bat. So, you know, at least in the last 2 years I've watched cricket, I feel like that's what Australia is missing. They don't have a Ben Stokes. They don't have a Jason Holder. They don't got that proper all-rounder. They don't got a Jadeja. So this guy could be their version of a Ben Stokes, of a Jadeja. You know what I'm saying? Of another dot ball there. Oh, daddy. And he's just not a batsman that can bowl a little bit like let's say, a Joe Root. He's a proper all-rounder. I will, after this over, I will go ahead and update the score because I am 2 wickets behind. But I've just had so much fun talking to you guys. Don Antonio joining me so late. Let me find your comment, my man. Sorry I missed it. Congrats, Cameron Green. Absolutely. Gabe, you should react to flip of a coin. Debacle in Dubai. Worst ever World Cup by Cricket Roz. So you know what? We needed an idea for another video, so that is a good one. I will talk to Nick and try to get that one out for you, my man, in the next few days. Thank you, Donna Antonio, for the suggestion. How many days are you going to watch? Jihan's watching the whole thing. My man took the time off, and Jihan's got tickets for all the entire week. I am so jealous, but my man gave us, if you didn't watch it earlier, go back and watch the recap. Jihan was at the stadium, showed us the field, went outside because I guess he was a little too loud. You know what I'm saying? Showed us the outside. So he brought CFA Nation into the Gaba. And man, it's been so much fun. This stream has been so much fun. Thank you guys for everybody to join. I think I haven't said it in a while, but don't forget to like, subscribe. I'm sure everybody here is already subscribed. Looks like it's all CFA family here right now. I'm so envious of you right now. Watching the Ashes match is a bucket list for me. Jihan, yeah, Dr. Vi, I hear you. It's awesome. Tickets are about $100 for really good seats. $50 for standard seats. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. CFA Nation has now breached the Gaba. Yes, we have. Who's going to win man of the series? You know what? Good night, Don Antonio. Thank you for joining us. It's too early to tell, but unless somebody does something special, right? Unless somebody does something special on the batting side, I would think it's going to be Patty Cummins because he's bowling well. He's taking wickets, right? 2 wicket haul so far. Economy rate under 3, but he's actually doing a great job captaining this team. And as a new captain, there was so much pressure on him Unless a batsman goes out there and loses his mind, I would think it's Patty Cummins. But I could be wrong. You could get somebody bust out a 4 or 5 wicket haul in the second inning. We'll see. But right now, I think it's Patty Cummins. Butler, even though he's out, Butler is the highest scorer. And Patty Cummins to Robinson. Oof, look at that pace. 136 kilometers per hour. And he could push 140. And Cummins gets himself his third wicket. Yeah, I retract my previous statement. It's going to be Patty Cummins, the best a man could be. Oh, 3 wickets. Oh, Patty Cummins. Oh, bye, Robinson. I told you Robinson's not a proper all-rounder. Bye. Robinson gone. Patty Cummins scalps him. Caught by, who was? Oh, Carey, the wicketkeeper. Of course. And he's gone on 3 balls. Patty Cummins makes short work of him. And man, now it's who's coming to strike now. This is just bad. Oh, daddy. Who they got left? Mark Wood? Jack Leach? Yeah. Not sure. Somebody said, will they get the 150? Will they get to 50 overs? It's rough right now. It is rough right now. Man, Patty Cummins with a vengeance. And man, Patty Cummins just putting in the work, guys. These guys have been so vicious. So absolutely vicious. And you gotta love it. Was it 3 for 122? I think it was like 3 for 122. No, it wasn't 3 for 122. I can't remember it. Interesting. I think evolution is T20 is the main cause. What's up? Rain will be there within 30 minutes. Hopefully not. And if it is, hopefully Payne's career is done. Yeah. Tim Payne's career is done. And honestly, man, it's tough because you hate that he lost it the way he did. And first ball to Mark Wood. Dot ball right there. Mark Wood does good to just, it's more of a wider ball, but he survived that. Just nips it away for a dot. And Wood just, try to get the strike over, survive to the end. That way you guys rotate strike and get the strike to Chris Wokes, right? And yep, there you go. Mark Wood, dot ball right there. Patty Cummins enters. Wicket maiden over. Patty Cummins with a wicket maiden over. Yeah, looks like he's man of the match right now to me. 3 wickets, 3 maidens. That wicket maiden over. 264 economy rate. I mean, the guy is captained well. He's led his team. 122 for 8. Let me go ahead and update the score. It's been a few. The wickets have fallen so quickly, guys. You know what I mean? Like I was at literally, look at it. In the 39th over, it was 108 for 5, right? With 5 losses. Literally 45th over. So 6 overs later, they've lost another 3 wickets. So man, does not bode well for them. 122 for 8, and let me update the overs. 45 overs in the books. 45 overs in the books. So let's get back in the chat. I'm 3 wickets behind. What I get? 8 for 122, 45 overs in the books. Yeah, Pope and Butler were looking good, right? But Pope had been out there for a long time. Butler, high score of the match. and nobody else has done nothing. No one else has done anything, and it's just brutal. It's just brutal. Would be able to get off the mark. Oh, you're hanging out too much with Nick. Oh, Hazelwood to Wokes and Josh Hazelwood. No slouch himself. His economy rate is better than Patty Cummins. He's had 4 maidens, guys. 242 economy rate and 2 wickets. So again, he's bowled just as good as Patty Cummins. I just think that the pressure Patty Cummins was or has been put on him as a captain, his very first captaincy is the test, right? Match in the Gaba, Ashes. That's just tough. That's just tough. And he's doing a masterful job. Hasn't let the pressure get to him. Another dot ball there. And it's in the last 10 overs, guys. It's been 25 runs and 3 wickets. Holy cow. Holy cow. Oh, my. Oh, my. Another dot ball. Guys, I did not know how good Hazelwood was until I watched him play for CSK this year. And, you know, I get it. First and foremost, I understand difference, T20 test, IPL, whatever. But this guy was really good. And I hadn't seen him play for whatever reason too much in tests whenever I did see Australia play in tests. And there goes Hazelwood. First runs of the inning. Wokes gets another 4. That gets his strike rate up to 62. Again, long off right there. 10 off 16, 2 4s for him. And I mean, this strike rate is fine in tests, but it's, again, he's got to be so cautious and take all those dots because he's literally the last of the Mohicans. You know what I mean? That's just a tough situation for him. Yeah, it was a great shot there by Wokes. Same old story. Root coming in 20 for 2. Yeah, you know, and we want Lions 400th wicket. I want Lions 400th wicket. I'm jealous. Nick got to see the 10 wicket haul the other day by Ajat Patel, and I didn't see that live. So, Wokes with another 4. Wokes said, we're getting a 130. We're getting a 130. I think they might have heard my man Jihan in the stands there. So 130 now for England, and Wokes is just in attack mode. Okay, that was a beautiful shot there by Wokes. I got to give him credit there. And man, he's like, what am I going to do? Try to hang around for the rest of the day? We're not going to make it. Not with these guys. Not with these humps. You know what I mean? Sorry, Mark Wood. You know, you're not no batsman. You're not no batsman. So Wokes is 14 runs now on 17 balls. The man is say, I'm here to play. I'm here to play. And you got to give him credit. 130 for 8. 130 for 8. Thunder is getting closer. No, let's invest. No. And Wokes with another 4. Man, what was that? Yeah, he's just playing reckless. But again, 12 runs in that over. Been the most expensive over of the match by far. I don't think they've scored 12 runs in any overs thus far. And we've watched most of I think we got here in the 7th over or something like that, or 6th over. I can't even remember. It's really early on. But man, doing the rain dance here. Oh, they're doing the rain dance over there. Yeah, line is stuck at 399 for 11 months. Ashwin took 50th wicket, 50 wickets in that time. Yeah, I mean, I jinxed Hazelwood. Come on. I mean, okay, yeah, maybe I jinxed him. You knew the mush was gonna come in somewhere, guys. You knew the mush was gonna come in somewhere. Come on. Real story. We'll try to get a game in, but honestly, right now we've just planned on doing a lot of the Ashes. Maybe when the Ashes take some time off, we'll get to do the LPL, because we've also not done a BBL game either. I mean, it's been a really tough schedule for us. It's a busy time of year, but I'll try to get one in. Thank you for the request. I jinxed Hazelwood. Oh, don't tell Nick. He'll eat it up. He'll eat it up. He'll say, there goes the mush. You guys think I mushed Hazelwood? Come on, Hazelwood. Yep, Captain England strikes again. 100 strike rate now. 18 for 18. Nothing better than watching the tail wag. And Cummins to Mark Wood. Dot ball there. Dot ball there. How behind I'm going on the second ball right now. Patty Cummins to Mark Wood, and oh, Mark Wood, 2 runs. I thought that they would just take 1 run, rotate the strike, give it to Chris Wokes, but Mark Wood feeling good about himself. Pulled that through square leg, and okay. Mark Wood now it's just like they don't care. They're just swinging the bats. A 4 there by Mark Wood. A 4 there by Mark Wood. It's been some boundaries going on. And I guess when you've got nothing to lose, you're not expected to score, whatever. But Mark Wood has 6 runs on 7 balls. You know who else got 6 runs today? Milan on 9 balls. Are you kidding me? Patty Cummins, next ball, dot ball there. Patty Cummins says, stop this nonsense trying to score off of me. How dare you? England trying to get the 150. England trying to get the 150. I refreshed my screen already. Appreciate you, Real Story, for sure. Like I said, we'll try to get one in here and there. Another dot ball there by Patty Cummins. Let's see if Patty Cummins can close out the over with just 3 dot balls. Stop this nonsense. Shame the Brahmi Army ain't there in numbers. No, Gian said the Brahmi Army's out there, guys. Trust me. He said they're out there. And, oh, that's why Patty Cummins is the best a man can be. He's like, you take 6 runs off of me? A 2, then a 4? No, let's stop this right now. He went, started attacking, 47 overs in the books, and he said, not like that, not like that. Get Wokes to open for England. Might as well. Anything better than a duck. Manny, you know, Nick has been calling for Wokes. People say Wokes can't play outside of England. Now we still got to see him bowl, right? He's an all-rounder. But people say that he really can't play outside of England. They don't really take him outside of England that often. Let's see what happens. Have you?
What was it?
35-7. Great job. Yeah, man. So let's see. We've had 15, 20,000 passing the Ashes. How many people are in there? 15 to 20,000 Brahmi Army members in the Ashes. That's crazy. Hazelwood, the Wokes. Wokes again takes an immediate run. Takes a single there. I don't know though. Should Chris Wokes be taking singles, or should he be farming the strikes and trying to get boundaries? If it's not 2 runs, he shouldn't take it, because now, and I get it. Floodlights. Are the lights coming on? Ooh. I mean, I don't agree with taking that, because now you've got to have Mark Wood face some more balls. And how often do you expect Mark Wood to get, boundaries, right? I think that the smarter strategy would be to just farm the strike and take either 4s, 6s, or 2s. Gabe put Mitchell Johnson's song on here. Watch that. As they say, Sydney. I can't copyright strikes. Oh. Hey Gabe, just woke up and saw the score. England's in trouble, but I want to ask you about the captaincy of Paddy Cummins. How's he doing? Okay, I think Paddy Cummins has done a fabulous job captaining, with one caveat. I think this game was over 2-3 wickets ago, and I would like him to see him start resting Mitchell Starc, because we know Mitchell Starc struggles with injury, right? So if you don't need him this game, don't play him. But everything else has been great. Everything else has been great. Is it the Brahmi Army singing? Interesting. I got to see how I could try to pull that off. Another dot ball. So now, see, Mark Wood is stuck trying to get off strike with Hazelwood here. And that's why I think Wilkes should have farmed a strike, man. That might have been a mistake, but I get it. You take every run you can. 47 overs in the books. We're in the 48th over right now. England's 141 for 8. Currently, Hazelwood is bowling, and he's on his 4th ball right now. Predict Australia's first inning score. Oof. First inning score. So they're going to start the day, because they'll start in the 3rd session sometime, I'm assuming. Day 2 pitch, a little bit flatter. I say they probably get about 300. I say 300. If they get above 400, then I'm going to declare and then just try to get England out early in the 3rd day. Wow. Burnley till I die says 60 all out. That would change this match severely, wouldn't it? And Hazelwood gets a dot ball there after giving up 2 runs to Mark Wood. Gets a dot ball there. And again, it was really bad at one point. I mean, I think England was down for like 11 for 3. 11 for 3, man. So to even get to a $143, having lost some of their biggest bats early, it's impressive. Guys fought. And the guys that fought were the young boy, Ollie Pope. All right. He absolutely fought. And Butler. Butler just, got himself out because he played aggressive. He was out here playing ODI, man. He wasn't playing tests because he just started scoring. But I guess that's what you got to do when the entire top order fails. You can't hang around all day. Now, Warren himself scoring more than England is right now. You're out of control. And Hazelwood makes it out of the over without giving up another run. Only 3 runs that over. It is 143 for 8 still. 143. 8 wickets gone with 48 overs in the books. It's already been a wet summer, really wet summer out here. Expected to stay that way. $60 all out. Who is the wicket taker in England team? That's tough right now, right? I think the wicket takers, because you don't have Stuart Broad, you don't have Jimmy Anderson, you're going to rely heavily, obviously, on everybody's going to say Mark Wood. And we know Mark Wood is great. Mark Wood has the pace. He can take those wickets. But Mark Wood is also very often injured. Wilkes sneakily can get wickets. Wilkes can sneakily get wickets. I know a lot of people are excited about Ollie Robinson. I love Mark Wood. The guy's pace is ridiculous. He can pump it at 140. So we'll see what happens. Shame Jimmy isn't playing here, but his good for the lit test. Watch out for Robinson. He's good. And Wilkes takes a single there. Yeah, Robinson's good. I've heard a lot about him. I just haven't seen enough of Robinson play. I've seen Chris Wilkes take wickets in test, and that's why Nick became a fan. He took some wickets from my West Indies. But in tests and T20, IPL, He's a savage. He's a savage. And Mark Wood, I just love the pace. To me, my favorite bowlers from from England are Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, because those guys can pump it up there. 140, 150, man. Third ball for Cummins. And see, this happened oh wow, gone. All right, 144 for 9, 144 for 9. I don't think they should be protecting Stark if his body is, and I talked about that. It looks like they are doing exactly what I said, protecting Stark. Because you got to protect him from himself. You have to desperately have to protect Mitchell Stark from himself. He is so good, but in this, especially in this game, you don't need him. But this is what I said that he shouldn't have done last time, is Wilkes takes a single, but now puts Mark Wood out there, and he's vulnerable, and immediately Patty Cummins comes and cleans it out. Why are you taking singles here? You should be looking for boundaries. That's a mistake by Chris Wilkes, in my opinion. And down goes Mark Wood. All right, down goes Mark Wood. And yeah, I mean, what's going to come first, 50th over or the next wicket? Could Patty Cummins, the best a man could be, get a 5-wicket haul? A 5-wicket haul on his maiden captain debut at the Gaba in the Ashes? Oh, that's stuff of legends. That's the stuff of legends. 4 wickets right now. Let's see what happens. And a mistake, once again, that's a mistake by Chris Wilkes. He should not have taken that single. You got to think in terms of the team chemistry and consistency there. You just put a vulnerable guy at strike. Wilkes is going to be robbed of a century. Wilkes is going to be robbed of a century again. Stop it. You guys are hilarious. I think we need to protect Cummins since he's the captain. And you know what? That could be, something to think about. That was one of my concerns coming in, that Patty Cummins doesn't overball himself, right? Does not overball himself, because as a captain, he can put himself in there. Nobody can take the ball from him, like, most captains do. So, man, it's tough. It's tough. Patty Cummins needs to monitor his innings, and hopefully Smudge, as the vice captain, is helping him monitor those innings. You got Jack Leach coming to the crease now, and Jack Leach, never seen him bat. I know he's a spinner. I've watched him, spin, but I've actually even gotten it to the point where he can bat. So let's see what happened. But he's a much better spinner than, of course, Don Best. So he's here not for what he's going to give you with the bat. He's here to take wickets. So we'll see what he does, if he can take wickets or depress the scoring. And Leach, dot ball there. Dot ball there does good to survive. I mean, Leach has got to survive 2 balls, and then the next over, the strike will rotate to Wilkes, and then Wilkes has got to farm the strike. If he does it a third time, I got to question his gameplay and his understanding what's going on in the game. Remember the headline, "My Convict Cousin"? I have no idea what that is. They should have had Don Best open the batting. That's hilarious. They should have had Don Best open the batting. Patty Cummins, obviously attacking Leach right away. Leach just trying to survive. Cummins has had just a masterful game, guys. 4-wicket haul, sub 3 strike rate. Economy rate. 3 maidens, and another dot ball there. Let's see what happens here. He's already given up a 1 run, so it can't be another wicket maiden. But Can he maybe get another dot ball here? And Leach takes 2 runs on that. And man, I mean, he put up some runs, right? 146 for 9. All right, 49th over. 49th over. What's going to happen? Can Nathan Lyon, they bring him in for the 49th over, approaches the street. Can he take a wicket here in the 49th over? You know, this is the over that they don't want England to get past 50 overs. They don't want them to get more than 150, right? Because then you can get about 300, maybe 350 and declare on them, right? Try to follow on. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. And Lyon to Wokes. No run there. Okay. And Wokes, once again, just needs to farm the strike, right? Either take 2 runs or take boundaries, right? Take some 4s there. I'm not expecting them to try to take 6s. Don't throw away your wicket, but you cannot take singles. You just can't do it. You're leaving the other batsmen vulnerable. And as I say it, he takes a run. Is that wrong? Guys, let me know in the chat. Is that not... Somebody help me. Somebody help me. Is that not... If you are Wokes and you know that every time you take a single, you're putting a batsman that just came to the crease at the other end. I mean, is that not games of shit? Is that not part of the game plan? You can't use follow on if you bowl first. See that? Another silly thing I said today. Thank you for letting me know. Why you always praise Nathan Lyon? Because I fell in love with him. Very wrong and irresponsible. Ooh, I want you to let me know why it's irresponsible. Why do I always praise Nathan Lyon? I fell in love with this guy. I watched the show The Test. It's why I became an Aussie fan when I first started watching cricket. And it's a great show on Amazon Prime. You haven't seen it, watch it. Just his personality, the way the guy goes to work, you know, he's more of a pedestrian wicket taker. He grinds, wears guys out to take those wickets. I really like Nathan Lyon for that. And I mean, the guy's got 400 wickets, right? 399, 400, whatever. You can't luck your way into 399 wickets. Just saying. So what is wrong, Mara, about farming? Or are you saying that what he's doing is very wrong and irresponsible? Or what I said is very wrong and irresponsible? Let me know. I think, yeah, if you're a batsman and you're a proper batsman, which Chris Wokes is, right? Why are you taking singles and rotating the strike and putting your other partner who's really a bowler, right? Just coming to the strike. Why are you putting him on strike? I don't understand it. The value of the wicket, the context of the innings. Yeah, Lions needs the last wicket. I agree. I'd like to see that. I mean, the guy's been stuck for like half a year, longer, on 399. I know it's in his head. What's going on? Glad you joined us. Glad you got back. Glad you got back. He says, I am back. The tail ender is vulnerable. Agreed. Tail enders are vulnerable. And 50th over. 50th over. 50th over in the books. Lyon does not get the last wicket. I'm not even in the chat right now. I wanted him to get it. But you know what? Lyon has been so good. That's, again, another 1 run over. His economy rate has got to be the lowest on the whole team. This guy hasn't taken any wickets, but he is, you know, had like, what, 2 maidens, 3 maidens? And who's going to bowl now? Patty Cummins, right? Chris Wokes is going to be on strike because Lyon kept Leach on the strike. And first ball to Hazelwood gets the fifer. Hazelwood gets the fifer. Man of the match. Man of the match right now. Hazelwood gets the fifer. All right. Test debut as captain. Test debut as captain. Fifer. The last wicket does not let England get to 150. Man, Captain Australia. Are we going to call him Captain Australia now? No, I still like the best a man can be. Paddy Cummins, the best a man could be. The guy comes in with all kinds of pressure and takes a 5-wicket haul of fifer in his first act as captain, his first stint at captain at the Gaba during the Ashes. Does it get bigger? This is the stuff legends are made out of. Oh man, Paddy Cummins. Yeah, he is definitely man of the match. I really wanted to see Nathan Lyon take it the last over. I didn't think Paddy Cummins would bowl himself again. Again, he's been bowled 14 overs now at this point, so we got to start watching that. You don't want this guy to bowl himself out, right? But Paddy Cummins takes himself a 5-wicket haul and only 14 overs, really 13.1 over, 289 economy rate, 3 maidens. Wow, that is absolutely disgusting. And Aussie fans gotta love it. You know, his captaincy debut, I would say, is a success. And he didn't get it cheaply, guys, because he didn't go after Leach. Leach wasn't on strike. He got himself Wokes, right? Got himself Wokes, who was going at about 100 strike rate, right? He was like 20 on 21 or something like that. But man, you know, Hazelwood, great catch there. But man, Paddy Cummins, what else can you guys say? If you're an Australia fan, you got to be loving it. 84 in the chat. Don't forget to give me the like. If you're an England fan, man, all you got to say is I hope our bowlers give us an attainable chase so that the batters can go out there and try and chase it down in a second. Looks very overcast. Weary of an Aussie collapse here. You know what? That'll be interesting because, you know, you don't know. The weather, they don't have a Jimmy Anderson, though, who would really benefit for that, right? No Stuart Broad. Those are your seamers, right? You got pace. You got guys that can handle, that can give you some pace, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Yes, will be very difficult to bat versus England. I think that Australia needs to just think about this and yep, 5-wicket haul, Vishnu. Thank you. 5-wicket haul there for Paddy Cummins' debut as a captain. Gotta love it. Roland, great moment. Great moment. Did I say Hazelwood? I meant Paddy Cummins. I confused them both because they're so good. Aussies take lead 150 plus. That's funny. At all comes down if the top order gets to the new ball. If they do, England has no chance. And you know what? That's where you got to look at the top order. That's where having a Uzi, having a Kawaj would help. But you've got, you know, they put faith, and I'm rooting for Australia regardless. So I'm going to take faith in the guys that they put on their side, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens right now. We're in an innings break because, of course, Australia has now got a bat, and I would venture to guess they're going to open with, Marcus Harris is going to be opening, right? What do you guys think? It's going to be Harris, or would they wouldn't put Harris at 3. What do you guys think? Or Smudge at 3. So Warner, Harris, and Smudge. I mean, if a wicket falls early, then I think they'll put Smudge there. But if not, they might save Smudge tomorrow. Wait till that ball gets old. Go with Marnus Loboshank. What do you guys think? Marnus Loboshank coming in at 3. It's going to be Harrison Warner. Okay. Yeah, 2 great catches from Hazelwood. He must have been practicing since the drop against Kane Williamson. Oh, you're out of control. See, Aussies know how to sledge, man. Jihan, the guy won an IPL championship with CSK. The guy won a championship with in the World Cup for Australia, and Jihan just sledges. But that's why me and Jihan are peoples, because we let them have it. All right? No off days here, cousin. Even when you're good, we're going to let you have it. Warner and Harris are to open. Okay. Does Australia have the best test bowling attack in the world at the moment? They might. I think England, the loss of Jofra Archer can't go understated. And I remember a lot of people saying, why do you love Jofra Archer so much? Because he is disgusting with his pace. Then you've got Wood, who's great, but he's always injured. And Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad they because of the rotation policy trying to rest Jimmy Anderson, they're not playing every single match. So it's tough. I do think that Australia's bowling, is probably the best. Especially as far as pace is concerned. Now, when we talk about spinners, if you're talking about spinners, even though Australia got Nathan Lyon, India does have both Ashwin and Axar Patel, so they're the best in the business. Not to mention Jadeja can take wickets as a spinner. He's really good as well. But I'll take I'll take India's spin, but I will take Australia's pace any day of the week. I think the storm is going to hit in the next half hour or so. No, Jihan. Wood will get all 10 wickets. Mark my words. Oh, the doctor. Nick's going to love that. No, there he goes. Nick in the chat. Stokes taking a fifer. Interesting. Okay, Stokes will be taking a fifer. We almost always seem to have the best bowling attack when we're batting at home. Here goes Nick. Hey, Wilkes got over the 20 mark, but still, that suck. Australia dominates and Cummins with a fifer as captain. Wow. That's right. Maiden captain voyage, and the guy got himself a fifer. Oh, it's sexy. It is sexy. I'll take Boomerang over Stark. Yeah, because Mitchell Stark is still off injured, but I'll take Patty Cummins over any fast bowler India has. I'll take Patty Cummins, honestly, over any fast bowler. I used to say Jofra Archer, but Archer's just man, I don't know what he's going to come back as. And, when you need that express pace, he doesn't have really a lot of swing or seam. Jofra Archer does. So if he loses any pace because of this injury, he ain't going to be the same guy. He's been the number one bowler in the world for about 3 years. Archer has no such claim. Yeah, but you got to understand recency bias, right? I was going off of what I saw, and I saw Jofra Archer dominate the West Indies, dominate all these teams early on that I saw them play, and then the injury came. You know what I'm saying? I saw him dominate in the IPL, so he was really good for the short time we watched him for about a year, and then the injury happened, and then man, it's tough. I'll take Boomer over Stark. Agreed. Although I think Mitchell Stark could be better than Hazelwood. He could be the number 2, but the guy just can't stay healthy. That's why I was saying you don't need Mitchell Stark. Once that 7th wicket fell, sit him and rest him. And Patty Cummins, Patty Cummins said, okay, we're well in command now. Mitchell Stark helped us out after the 12th over. You saw not 12th over. After the 12th over for Mitchell Stark, you didn't see him again. It was the Hazelwood show. It was the Patty Cummins show. They brought in Cameron Green for 2 overs. Cameron Green got his maiden wicket there. Excuse me. They brought in Nathan Lyon, so they protected him. They stayed away from him for at least 5 or 6 overs there. At the end. And that's what you do. His captaincy has been great. I can't say enough about it because he's thinking about the team as a whole. He's thinking about the team as a whole. Raw pace is scary and destructive. Agreed. And that's why I love that raw pace. That's why I love Archer, man. But guy is hurt, man. No, Anderson's not playing the pool. He pulled a calf, man. And I don't know. I guess since they had already planned for Stuart Broad not to play this test, they left them off. But they are Broadless and Jimmyless, right? The dynamic duo, Batman and Robin, not in right now. I mean, listen, I don't care if you're in England, if you're in Australia. When you got two guys that combine have 1,100 wickets and none of them are in your lineup, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt. Yeah, Archer only made his debut in 2019. So he's relatively the Lord Brunley is out. The Lord Brunley is out. That's got to be a Brahmi Army reference. Got to run, guys. Night, AJ. Thank you for joining, man. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thompson, Lee, Tay. Where is the perfect one? Okay. Got you. Got you. Archer in Australia conditions for 5 tests. He wouldn't be as effective. Anderson isn't as good in Australia as he needs swing. Not as good, but for sure he'd be doing better than what they've thrown out there or what they're gonna throw out there today. We'll see. I've seen Anderson a few times. His form in Brunley. Okay. Later, doctor. Peace out, the doctor. My favorite bowler of all time is Anderson. He can take wickets on any pitch. He is the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, the guy got 600 wickets plus. You know what I mean? Jimmy Anderson is definitely a English legend, and you can't take away. Of course, everybody's going to be better at home than they are on the road. That's where you practice the most, right? Right, and practice makes perfect. But I think that England's going to struggle with him. United Extra Time says 5-0, Gabe. You know it. Will you be streaming tomorrow? Yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow. I've actually got a coach visit tomorrow for my son. One of the colleges that want to sign him are going to come, meet the family, whatever, sit down with me and the wife. So I'll be off in the middle of the game. Not sure exactly when Nick will be able to come on, but for sure tomorrow I'll be streaming some portion of the game. Excited. It starts at the same time, right? 5 o'clock. Storm coming, either a Thunder one or Warner one. A David Warner storm. I like that. I like it a lot. Steve says, Waterstone says, watch a little baseball and lots of movies like Major League, laugh out loud. Also cut the hair of two pitches who played pro baseball, who played pro into USA will get details next cut. Okay. Uh-oh. Is it really? Because we are on break here. Is it really? Just got my tickets for Old Trafford. Nice. Nice, Brumley till I die. Brumley till I die. Yeah, you know what? We didn't talk enough about Alex Carey. He did take a couple of catches. What did he get? 1 or 2? I remember him getting it was Milan. I believe he took 2. Milan, no, 3. Milan. He caught Milan. He caught let me check this. It's Robinson, and so 3 catches for the debut, and Josh Butler. So he looked comfortable behind the stumps. He did. And that was another concern I had, because so much youth for Australia, right? So many young guys, unexperienced guys, but it worked out. But Vivek says it is raining. No. About Tim Payne, don't you think they brought up that old conversation just to take away his captaincy because they're going to drop him? Because dropping a player when he's captain will look ugly. Varun, that's an interesting comment. And I'll tell you why, because Nick and I both talked about it. Like, this is old. Why? Why bring it up now? And drop me quietly or ask me to retire, but don't open up old wounds, right? Because that's something his wife and him and his family have moved past. He's got kids, you know what I'm saying? So to bring that back up, that's just not like that. Not like that. But that's a good point, Varun, because they had been talking about dropping him anyway, because he had struggled as captain in the last few games. So this could have been his last test hurrah any which way. But I would hope that they wouldn't jeopardize him and his family because of it. Will you be streaming Friday night if the match is still going on? No, not the Friday night. I'm hoping that we could get the Saturday. I doubt it now. But Friday night, it's impossible for me because I've got MGM and it's a big weekend. So I will not be able to. Nick might be able to, especially if the last day. It just depends what his schedule's like. Gabe, I said because I thought they were leaving. I'm staying. I'm working on my Nick level puns today. You're out of control. You're out of control. Sixers tonight in the BBL. Oh, the Sixers. The Sydney Sixers. Man, bro, the Melbourne Stars were not looking good that first game. They got hootied. And you know Nick let me have it. I was like, oh gosh, here we go. He got hootied. So we're at tea break right now. And man, it's interesting. What is going to happen? What is going to happen in this third session? You know, England did not make it to the third session. And you want, honestly, to bat through this third session, not lose more than 2 wickets, right? Because you know it's going to be tough with the new ball and the weather. If you're Australia, the score doesn't even matter. You just don't want to lose more than 2 wickets, and you want to try to get through that third session. We play Man United over Christmas, the 28th. Old Trafford's on my bucket list. Gabe, who do you think will make the WTC final? Oof. It's a good question. That is a good question. Here, I'm interested about reading this pain thing because I'd never thought about that, but it always seemed weird to me. Not to blow off any other conversation, but didn't it still seem weird? This is because I thought it had happened, like the sexual harassment, everything. I thought that had happened recently, but this had happened years ago. Like the wife knew about it. This was already put to bed. So why bring it up? And now this I don't know, man. Oof. What do you guys think? Pancakes come up now because the woman involved is facing theft charges and is bringing up anything she can to help her. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? So you're going down and wow, that's disgusting. I hope she gets everything she deserved. Are you serious? You're going to destroy a man's career? Like, that's upsetting. That's upsetting. But Bill, wow, I got to get back to your question, but I was just, wow. Is that why? Because we're like, why? Why is it coming up now? Nick and I couldn't figure it out. Wow. That is slow down. I guess when the ship's going down, right? Misery loves company. Right now, India's leading, right? But India has the most points, but it's a long road, man. It's a long road. We'll see. Again, in my opinion, India will be there again. They were this last year. It just depends what happens with New Zealand. New Zealand hasn't looked the same since that Test Championship victory against India. Maybe they was just fatigued, right? After that, they went to the World T20 Cup, and then, of course, the test in India. So we'll see what happens. Always back to Sydney Sixers. Nah, man, gotta go with the with Melbourne Stars. All-rounder sports star Alex Carey was not just a gun cricketer, but also a top NFL pro team. Listen, okay. Gabe, what's your 2023 finals predictions? Oof, way too far, man. Way too far. But West Indies. No, I'm joking. We'll see, man. Cricket goes until midnight on East Coast here in Australia. Test and BBL double hitter. Gabe, oof. I wish the wife will kill me. The wife will kill me. Gabe, which test team do you think is better? Visiting team to balance off home advantage. India for me. That is a good question. Who do you think is better visiting team to balance off home road? I think on the road, because England struggles on the road, so does New Zealand, right? I think India's probably, India breached the Gaba, right? India has won pretty much everywhere. So I think they're probably the best test team on the road, right? To beat that home advantage is because they got both pacers and spinners. Very few teams have guys that can do both. And that's one thing India does very, very well. Australia is pretty good on the road, but not as good as it's raining. No. Steve says it's raining. Lobashang finna score a century. I hate it. Lose bus change. I couldn't say Lobashang for the longest time. But stars are getting back up. Harris Ruff just said is going to back with the West Indies series. He'll be joining them December 27th. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And I like Ruff. Ruff was really good in the T20 World Cup. It's an old newswoman, a calm woman. Yeah, that's brutal. It's amazing how many private texts get leaked by the media. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Gabe, she's facing multiple charges. And you know what? That's brutal that she did that, man. And you're facing charges, so you go ahead and demolish a man's career. And like I said, he was probably on the way out anyway, but that ain't right. Because I couldn't figure out, like, why? Why now? Why? Explain it. And I guess that makes sense now. That's what happened. And it's got very dark here at the Gaba, it says, and the covers are coming on too as English bowlers continue to warm up. No rain yet. So I looked online because but Jihan's at the game. Jihan tells me that it's raining, then the third session may be postponed because of rain. That would actually be good for Australia because you don't want to bat in those overcast conditions. What's up, Mira? What's going on? Payne was cleared twice by the ACB. Then when it came out publicly, they didn't want him. Not happy. It keeps happening. Yeah, that's just I hate now that I know the full story. I really hate it. I really hate it. I absolutely really hate it. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Kran, is it Kran? Outside of India, man, I don't see too many teams going on the road and you know holding court. So India's probably the best road team. Man, Mira says hello, Mira. And for those people that are just coming in right now, just notice I never got to change. Look at that, those wickets fell, and I was so excited I forgot to change it. So let's just go ahead. England ended up scoring 147. So that is their lead at the moment. 147 technically is a lead, even though Australia has not batted. But 50 overs, just a little bit over 50 overs in a ball. And we talked were they going to make it there, and they made it. But, man, not in good shape. If Australia rested their bowlers again better against India last summer, would have won the series. Plus Stark was playing while his father was dying. Yeah, I know Stark had some family stuff too, so that's tough with his father. And I mean, life happens, man. That's a tough thing. I don't know how athletes get through it, to be honest with you. Typical Palms Day, pray for rain. That's funny. Warner and Waugh, money from pitch reports. Huge tropical storm just hit. Ends of day's play probably. Wow, is it raining over there bad, Jihan? Man, Jihan's getting soaked, but you got to see a 5-wicket haul, Jihan. I am absolutely jealous. My man, but Jihan did bring us into the Gaba with him. Did shout out and say what's up. And, we got to join him there, so that was cool. It's a short shower. The Gaba has the best drainage in the world. It dries out very quickly. Okay. Yeah, I think I got it. Most of all, I would want the support of the board and the team that he helped through the hardest of times. He took them through the hardest of times. And I agree. That's why you got to give, even though I thought he was slowing down. We're talking about Tim Paine. Tim Paine became captain when it was a dark time for Australia, right? Right after the sandpaper gate incident. And he brought them from, the brinks of darkness to respectability again, and to winning test matches again, and just being a liked team again. So they owe him more than that. They do. They owe him more than that. And I agree with you, Steve Waterstone. That was not the right way to go about it. And it sucks that it happened. Exercise says mod me, Gabe. You know what? I don't even know how to do that. Nick does that. I know he made the Reneel mod. Ozjod sometimes for us, but I am not Mr. Technology. That's how come our stream was late today. I messed it up. Can't believe people wrote off Stark. Yeah, Mira, you know what? I just think that because he's always hurt, you know what I mean, Mira? I think that's why people wrote off Stark. I said earlier today, I think he could be the best bowler, or the second best behind Patty Cummins for Australia, even better than Josh Hazelwood. But he's always hurt, man. He's always hurt. He misses a lot of time. I just blocked him, ODT Planet, so hopefully we won't have that issue anymore. John Ware. Block all the Richard Simpsons. Again? Serious? How? I just blocked you. Boom. Bye again. Apparently Gabe has the... Gabe also has the best grounds. Okay, I don't know what happened there. Anyways. Are you serious, dude? All right. Hopefully that works. I can't believe people were all say because he had a bad spell. Not just because he had a bad spell. I think it's the same thing. Like if you were owner of a team, right? Let's say in the IPL franchise, are you going to put money into a guy you think that's going to get hurt a lot? Now, think about a guy like Jafar Archer. I'm staying away from him. That's why he wasn't retained, because you're not sure what he's going to come back to as. Well, same thing, like Mitchell Starch, because of all the injuries, you just don't know. And you know what I mean? Like it could be something where eventually it may just change his play. Does that make sense? By the way, Gabe, none of the centuries in Australia since Virat Kohli debut. Really? That is interesting. That is interesting. That is interesting. Wow. What's up, Manny? I was able to get that last one relatively quickly. Let's go back. We should have restarted by now at the T, but the rain has made an appearance. So it looks like it's still raining over there. Still raining. It's raining. I really hope it rains for 4 days now. Carl's out of control. That's funny. Listen, that's one thing that you have to really take into consideration, those rainouts, right? Now, luckily, that's why you got those 5 days, but you just don't know. I know, Manny, right? And another one. Jeez. Are you kidding me? Wow, seriously. Gabe, your thoughts on Stars' defeat against the Sisters? Nick let me have it, Mira. I was having to hear that garbage from him. Oh, your boys got hootied. What? They didn't even get 60, man. Or they got all out for like 60. They got absolutely pummeled. Now, I get it. Some of their normal guys aren't there, but man, you got to do better than that. You got to do better than that. John Weir, I don't even know how to do that. Yeah, I'm just trying to click them off as soon as I see them. I don't even know how to do that. Anyways, Richard Simmons, the estranged brother, Lendl Simmons. Oh, died. Wow, really? Oh, he is the estranged brother of Lendl Simmons. Yeah, man, he probably changed his IP address. Like, seriously, how bored do you got to be? Come on. Think about the Ashes as a set of 2 series, home and away. Never complete until a team has done both. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Australia is the last team to win at home and has retained the Ashes, not away, right? And retained the Ashes since, what is it, 2018 or 2019? If Australia score even 300, they will be winning position, but the Gaba wicket also gets better after 3 days, so so may become competitive at some point. Yeah, that's why Australia needs to try and take it quickly. They need to try and take it quickly. They need to absolutely try and take it quickly. One thing I've always said is true. You don't know what that's like until both teams bowled on it. Yeah, you know what? I forgot. Nick and I had done a review, and I can't even remember. What was the team? It might have been Australia and England, where one team got bowled out for like 60 something, and then the other team came back and got bowled out for 45. It wasn't an Ashes series, was it? Which review? Nick and I did it. Who remembers that series where one team got bowled out like for 60 something runs, and then the opposing team came back and paid them back the favor and bowled them out for like 40 something. It was insane. Was it Australia and South Africa? Gabe, I live an hour north of the grounds. It is not raining here. The weather is slipping to the south. There should be more play today. Awesome. So it was Ireland versus England, or what was it? Australia versus South Africa. Um, 60 and the Aussies for 48. That's what it was. And I was like, oh man, I remember. That's why it's not over till it's over. So you can never really say anything about it until, you know, it's done and over with. Till it's done and over with. Rain is cricket's worst enemy. And you know what's funny? Nick and I we're used to it now. We'll sit through a rain delay like whatever, you know what I'm saying? But Nick and I were so frustrated when we first started watching cricket because our very first experience watching a test match was a rain delay. And everybody was like, welcome to the club. Welcome to the party, pal. And I woke up at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to watch it. I don't think until 5 or 6 we actually had play. There was like 3 stoppages in that first game. It was so frustrating. And I'm just like, are you guys serious right now? I don't know, boss. Boss it up. Somebody's bored. What is it? What is it? Soon stop raining here. Almost finished raining here in the South ground. As the Ashes never finish, it just keeps going on and on and on. It's above all other tests. Look at the celebrated past in history. Yeah, that's one of the coolest things. And the fact that only the 2 teams play, that's what's really cool about it. You know what I mean? Wow. Seriously, Richard Simmons. This dude's bored. Let it rain. I got money on You got money on the draw. The draw was plus 345, so I could see that was actually a pretty good bet. Time ago, but I remember England versus the West Indies being over in less than 2 days. Gabe, as Warren says, you never judge a game until both teams bat. Agreed. And I think that's why you got to wait for it to see what's going to happen there. Gabe put a 30-second timer. It would stop him from spamming. All right, how do I do that? See, in YouTube, they allow us to do that. Here, it's a little harder to figure that out. Let me see. No, not that. Let me see. Who is about man. Boss it up says I can't wait. Like how's that? What? Carl, yeah, I think I may do that. Because that is you can do subscription only chat. Yeah, see the thing is that whenever we stream this way, we're not actually streaming directly to YouTube. We're streaming through what we call StreamYard since we're not in the same room, and that's where we struggle because it's not the same. You know, Honest Shot is actually a little bit better with StreamYard than we are, so I wonder if he knows how to do it. Oh yeah, definitely going to be reported for sure. Can you switch to subscribers chat? Yeah, only if I was on YouTube, but here I really couldn't, not from StreamYard, and that's one of the more frustrating thing. Yeah, Carl, we'll try to figure that out because that is ridiculous. Thank you so much, Carl. Appreciate that. Imagine if it was Nick. Yeah, Nick didn't have the patience. He probably would have lost his marbles already. Must be the Russians. Or the Chinese. Oh man, that's hilarious. Yeah, the Russians don't care about me. I mean, hopefully, I don't think they care about cricket. Yeah, guys, I cannot put the 30-second chat. It doesn't. Only YouTube gives you the ability to do that. From StreamYard, you can't do it, and it's tough to try to. Let me see. Guess view. It's tough to navigate this platform, but it was the only way that Nick and I from different abodes would be able to stream. Campbell said his spots. Is it one of my nemesis? Is it one of my nemesis? Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out, man. I'm trying to figure it out. It is what it is. Covers look like they're gonna come off soon. Sweet. Smith, because honestly, I blocked them like 6 times, and when you click on it, good night, kiddo. It's look at that. I did the wrong thing. Oops. That's frustrating. Yeah, dude, it can be frustrating. And like I said, like I honestly don't even get that, you know what I mean? Like what is what is the point? You're wasting your time. It's like 10 second, but it's on the women's team. I'll have to check that out. I heard they're coming out with a different test, like a test 2. Gabe, maybe Azad. No, yeah. You know what time it is for Azad, guys? He is fast asleep. I was super cool, or super happy that Azad joined us tonight because he's got still a very young daughter. So for him to stream at night was pretty cool because he was able to take the time out to do it. He started off in his own channel. I was like, hey man, anytime you could dedicate to us, we really appreciate it. And that was really cool that he gave us the time he did, man. So much love to him. Is Brahmi Army going against you? No, I doubt it. We get some love from a Brahmi Army. Nick is an England fan, so he gets a lot of love from the Brahmi Army. I'm repping up the baggy green. It was a gift. It was actually one of the first gifts we received. It was super cool. We appreciated it. But the covers are going to be coming off, and this is definitely good because if there's more rain in the forecast, obviously you want to get a score. At the same time, you're going to be playing under these conditions. How good is the field now? I mean, how is it going to play? You know what I mean? How is it going to play is my question. You know what I mean? That's a very interesting thing. Before go, problem is with chat scrolls up so far fast. Yeah, for sure. Even starts now. There's no indication that it will. Ground staff will struggle to get the ground into playable conditions. again tonight. I mean, obviously, because of where you're at, right? The last thing you want to do is not get that game off. You know what I mean? Or lose a day, especially that you're so dominant early on. So we'll see what happens. Appreciate it, Carl. Appreciate it, Carl. Hopefully we can get some in. Have they announced it? No more play today? It says rain stops play. Oh yeah, definitely gonna be reporting that, guys. Yeah, good morning, Gabe. It's raining Cummins with the fifer. Absolutely. Yeah. Again, Australia needs to be very cautious in this final session, if they have a final session, because of the rain. The Stars just signed Russell. That's right, baby. Let's go. After that beatdown, they need to sign everybody. After that beatdown, they need to sign everybody. It'll be unlikely the play will continue from what I can see. Rain going again. Oh, boy. Yeah, they'll play again. They have a super soaker machine for the outfield. Will play again in 20 or 30 minutes. Oh, my. So this is what we're going to do. Let me try to figure out this spamming situation right now. I'm going to monitor because I was, like I said, planning on streaming the entire session until at least midnight my time. If they come back, we'll go ahead and jump back on. If not, we will see you guys tomorrow. Does humidity do anything with baseball pitch? Well, not necessarily the grounds, the pitch or whatnot, but it actually, the wetness affects the ball. So yeah, it's definitely real. It's definitely real. But in any event, guys, thank you guys. Been about 4.5 hours. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Much love to CFA Nation. Everybody new that showed up. You know, Australia fans. You know, right now it's looking good. England fans, Nick's with you. You know, you guys are still in it. Still got a shot. Got to play those second innings. We got to see a fifer. We got to see the first wicket from Cameron Green as a wicket keep not wicket keeper, excuse me, his debut test wicket. So that's awesome. I'm super excited for it. Is there any day night test? There's a day night test. I think it's the second one, as a matter of fact. Pink ball. So we're excited for that. But yeah, we'll probably try to figure something else out. But you guys already know the deal. Don't forget to leave a like. Until next time, same bat channel. Peace.